Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everybody that subscribed to the channel, that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. You hear me? If you haven't already hit that notification bell, hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate everybody that's became a member. Y'all know I rock with y'all. I appreciate y'all. Facts. And we ain't stopping. Hey, yo. So, y'all know where we been at with this, man. I've been letting everybody know that Wack and Luce was gonna bump heads. I told everybody this, right? And now you see Wack done went left. Now Sharice wanna call him a bully, right? And Luce Cannon can't defend himself. Really though, all he can do is, try to tell Sharice to chill out. But it's already beef. The war has started. You hear what I'm saying? It done started to the point now that Wack 100 is going to respond back because Sharice done said, you a bitch. So you gotta know, Wack is going to try to cut deep. And I've been telling everybody from the jump, you can't go at Wack with violence because we all know Wack is working. So if you try to play that game of going at Wack with violence, you're going to lose every single time. And now that somebody is going at Wack sending those threats, right? Wack get his girl R&B to go out there and publicly say she feels threatened and that she's going to file a report to protect herself in case she gotta let that thing ring. So you better understand, Wack 100 put her up to that. Wack 100 had that already planned to go. See, Wack is the type of person that will get you to engage with a beef, but he's not going to play the game that he portrays. He's going to play the game that he's actively involved with. And that's working with them people. He gonna make sure that this is notified. See, if you pay attention to it, everybody that tries to go to war with Wack, he get him the fuck up out of here. He publicly goes on platforms and make it known that there is beef, right? So now the young boy that went at Wack, said something to R&B. So if you pay attention, Wack 100 gets her to publicly say she's feared for her life. Then he gets Adam to say something about it, right? So that now it's lit up. We all know the feds is watching Adam's channel. Every time content's being dropped, the feds is watching. So we all know this, right? And Wack knows how to play the game, whereas though he wants to make it look like, man, I ain't do nothing. What you did is got yourself in the situation. I didn't tell you to do it. You a grown man. But all along, he's the one orchestrating the shit, right? And I caught a clip of the Wack and Adam show, right? Wack said he didn't want to fight Brick Baby because Brick Baby had been popped in the neck. He can't ball his fists all the way up, right? And he don't want to paralyze Brick Baby if he get into a fight. Well, we got to say here, right? Marciano was outside and all he did was give Jay Reed a ride. He didn't come on no beef. And the boys out there beat Marciano to where as though he had major injury, brain injury now, right? And he got paralyzed on one side of the body. And Wack 100 went on different podcasts promoting what happened outside of No Jumper. He didn't care about that. So you mean to tell me you care about what happens to Brick Baby, but somebody that didn't come on no beef, you acting like you don't care at all? But with Brick Baby done said everything under the sun to you. He done called you a rat. When he see you out, do this to you, that to you. But you care about that. But what happened outside of No Jumper, you didn't care at all. See, it's about to go down out there, right? And they know this. But I'm telling you, Adam is definitely going to cooperate in order to try to keep himself from being liable of what happened out there. But it's not going to work. He's going to be held accountable civilly, right? Wack is going to be held accountable civilly and criminal, but he's going to throw everybody under the bus. And if you pay attention, right? When I sit there and think about it, right? Wack 100 is playing the game with the young boy. So when he goes ahead and has to flip the script all the way, he gonna act like he was in fear of his life. He was in fear of his life from the young boys coming at him. So he can try to flip it and try to disassociate himself from why this happened. And I'm telling y'all this because I see the play. When Wack be trying to run these plays, I see it. He put R&B out there on Clubhouse and got her to speak like she's intimidated, like she's scared, right? But at the same time, Wack 100 got a bigger plan ahead because the indictment is coming for No Jumper, right? Wack 100 done already made a statement. You hear me? And we gonna play a little bit of this audio as well, where you hear Wack 100 talking about a snitch that called him and told him how he would befriend people, right? And as he befriended them, he would get them to get involved in criminal activity only to line them up with the police. See, that story was very intriguing to Wack because it reminded him of himself. It was like listening to himself at work. He said this guy was in the halfway house, right? And he was willing to do whatever to get out of there, snitch on whoever, right? But the guy got locked up for lining people up to do crimes and then telling on them, and somehow he got, caught up in it, right? But we gonna go over that too, man. And I just know that Wack 100 is a dirtbag, man. The type of person that you never want to align yourself with. See, Wack 100 knows to not go back and forth with me because I'm talking facts, right? I'm not on here trying to threaten Wack about nothing. So it doesn't give Wack any leverage to go at me. If y'all pay attention to this shit, right? Wack 100 is going to go at the people that sends threats at him because it gives him leverage to play the game that he likes to play with them people. I'm never going to send him a threat. So what is he going to do? What leverage is he going to have against me? None at all. And I understand this shit. I said, okay, Wack know I'm saying facts about what's going on outside of No Jumper, him lining Luce Cannon up. But he's not going to address that because I'm not sending threats. So it's no way for him to get me up out of here, right? He's going to address the people that he can entice into going at him on some criminal shit so it can line you up. He got Luce Cannon lined all the way up, and Luce Cannon can't even understand it yet. But this beef that has just engaged between Luce Cannon and Wack, per Luce Cannon's girl, is going to escalate because the girl is feeling some type of way about Wack 100, and she's saying, I don't want nothing to do with it. Wack 100 done told the whole world, I'm not the goddad. Fuck it. I don't care nothing about the baby. I'm not the goddad, and I don't want nothing to do with it. Opt me out, right? And she like, okay, I agree with it then. Opt him out. Luce Cannon was the one that made him the goddad, right? See, Wack is cutting all ties, man. And you know, Wack said he just did some business, right? And the business that he did, I guess he helped her and put money in their pocket. They coming back saying, hold up, he got a cut. He got paid for what he did. So, you know, how is he just putting money in my pocket when he got paid? You got to understand, Wack 100 ain't doing nothing without getting some paper. All that shit, when he was saying about Dale, if you don't pay this debt, I got to pay it. No. Wack 100 was making sure Dale paid the debts so that he can get his cut. This is his game now. See, he sit back and he think. He strategizes and he preys upon the weak. This is his whole MO now. He preys upon the weak and he's good at it. Because the weak is vulnerable. Luce Cannon, he might act like he tough, but he's weak because he wants to be a part of the famous world. He wants to be known publicly. He wants to have that attention. So Wack 100 just preyed on that and he capitalized by that. And you know, we just break Wack down to the fullest, man. You hear me? We make sure that people understand the character and don't be confused by who he is. You know, he's gonna go at people that he feels he has leverage. And if you send a threat at Wack 100, you gave him the leverage. He got you. You threatening an informant. Straight up, somebody that is working with the authorities. Wack said he don't care about no Paru. He don't care about no Crips, no Bloods. I don't care about none of them. He said, I fuck niggas over. Come on now. When you get mad, right? Sometimes things come out. And now Wack is upset at Luce and his girl. He willing to spit out anything. And it just got started. Because trust and believe, the girlfriend is going to continue to say shit. She wants to make content. So she gonna continue to talk slick about Wack. And you know, Wack is gonna try to crush her. They done made sure that the sex tape is circulating. You understand what I'm saying? They made sure that that shit is circulating of her licking all over Luce. I said, oh shit. Adam tells her, oh shit. Yeah. I got excited. My blood pressure got up when I seen it, right? So I'm telling you, that there was hinting to her, we want to have you on Plug Talk. What I told y'all weeks, months ago, that was going to be Adam's whole motive. To get her on Plug Talk and him and his wife doing a threesome with Sharice. Straight up, it's coming. Trust and believe. Wack is trying to make sure he dries all the resources and outlets that he put in front of him. So, you know, when shit gets sticky, people got to do what they got to do. And you see how she already went to OnlyFans before. She been on OnlyFans. They put it out there, right? And Luce is acting like, hey, man, this is all normal, man. You know, your girl want to make a video with you. We going to make the video and put it out there. Adam like, shit, I'm all for it. But it hasn't kicked in yet that Luce Cannon ain't coming home. No time soon. Dude might be in there for a Twinkie, a 30-piece McNugget, something crazy, because he got a lot of cases. She gonna continue to get that thing waxed. She 41, right? You think she gonna wait and not have no sex with nobody else until she 60, 70? Hell no. We know how this movie goes, man. People that got common sense know how this movie goes. You know, she got good intentions right now, trying to support Luce, but at the same time crushing him because you doing content, whereas though he's incriminating himself. So I'm just saying, all this shit gonna backfire. And we gonna get into this, man. We gonna definitely, you know, get into this, man. Let me see here, y'all. Hold up. We gonna get into this, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me go and get into this. Yeah. And y'all know I gotta put it up there, y'all. Give me a second. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Yeah. I gotta grab my charger in a second too. We gonna get this up here, man. It's just funny, man. You know, DZ get to laughing at this shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. I get to laughing at this shit. Cause I know the play. You hear me? I see what's coming. I already know damn well she gonna have to get back out in the field. It's a part of the program. She gotta get back out in the field. Luce Cannon ain't out here. Luce Cannon ain't out here. Luce Cannon is booked. She gonna have to get back active. Come on now. Shit. And Wack gonna try to do everything in his power to plug all the water lines. Straight up. This is the type of person Wack is. If you go to Wack to try to do business, right? And Wack put you on to anything. If it don't go his way and y'all have a fallout, he gonna try to plug all the water. This is Wack's type of person, his character. And you see it with anybody he fall out with. Wack said it himself. I am a great friend, but I'm a more even great enemy. Come on now. Nigga said it himself. We gonna run through this though. And you know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Shit going up. You know, I knew it was coming though. I knew it was coming.
Crazy and doing all the extras.
I'm talking crazy and I'm in jail.
Yeah. I mean,
Who's doing the extra? Wack is my guy. I don't understand what's going on that's out there that he have problems with people on my team or whatever like that. It's just like if people running content or whatever, I'm in here. What can I do? You get what I'm saying? He knows that. So it's like, what is the point of getting mad at and saying don't talk to me or anything like that? What I'm doing to Wack?
okay, this is what he wrote on Instagram about you and Sharice. He wrote, I'll put it on the screen for the people. He said, for the record, I don't owe you or nobody else a dime. You continue to overstep your boundaries with men and disrespect. You have one more time to play with my name, and I'm going to remind y'all I'm going to remind you that y'all came to me for the plugs, not the other way around. This ain't your lane. You're on a mission to start a war between two men. All you got to do all you got to do is try me. I ain't the godfather to shit. Count me the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. You're dumb in the brain. Damn camera turned you into something else. Hashtag mistress. Now talk about the OnlyFans. Leave me the fuck alone, please, before I get on bullshit.
Yeah, so
You hear him, right? Now, that's what Wack posted on his Instagram, right? So when Wack want to go off, right? And this is all because she said Wack should have contributed to some diapers, right? He the godfather. He ain't gave no damn diapers up, right? So Wack said, hold on. She talking about me? What you mean? What? Man, he done called her out her name, right? I ain't the godfather. Done went left. You know, and if you pay attention, right? Adam is dealing with loose cannon differently. It's a whole different type of person. So he don't care about loose cannon or Sharice. Nobody that they're dealing with, they got allegiance to Wack. And they don't understand that. Loose cannon thinks that he found the plug. No. Wack said nobody knew y'all. Y'all was running around with Big U. You was a flunky. Come on now.
Okay, so let's talk about the OnlyFans.
He's calling out Sharice with that. He's saying that she's putting shit between him and him.
Yeah, so we can talk about the OnlyFans thing.
The OnlyFans thing. Luce, I saw Sharice chewing on your balls. I hope that was you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, so all that stuff is out the window. She was doing it, and then I told her once we got married, all that stuff is gonna stop. We had fun with it, and that's it. You know, things get leaked, but it is what it is. And then after that, I mean, it ain't no shame getting head from your wife. You get what I'm saying? If you put it on camera, we put it on camera. Dead homies, what's wrong?
By all means, hey, I'm a fan. I support that kind of movement.
Do you hear him though? Your girl is out here in the world. You looking at a long time in jail and you saying it's okay right now. You should be like, hold on, baby, calm down. But he can't control her. We know that. She runs the house, right? By him thinking that he's promoting this shit, all it's gonna do is make her head fall into another nigga lap. If we being real, this shit here is ill. They done put the tape out everywhere now. It was already out, but people, they sharing it over and over to, you know, get it out there more. Let the people see how nasty she really is. You know, even though we know people get nasty. They want to put it out there so you can have a visual. And he in jail talking about if my girl or his so-called fake wife wants to do this, it's okay. Hold up, my guy. You fucking around now. You fucking around and you gonna send the right people her way. And you don't even understand it.
Yeah, so that ain't a bad thing or whatever, but Wack and Sharice is just going back and forth over there. I had a talk with Sharice earlier, but the plugs and stuff like that, it's like we help each other. Like when it came down to like I made money with Wack, Wack made plenty money with me. So it's like, what is this? The high show thing? I know he did the no jumper shit and stuff like that, and it started it off, but I made my own way too. You get what I'm saying?
By all means.
Hey, listen. Wack gonna take offense to that. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm telling y'all ahead of time. Luce Cannon saying that he made his own way. Wack gonna take offense to that because he already said nobody knew him. So now you making it like you discredited him for putting you on, which we all know he put you on to line you the fuck up. He gonna respond about that because he's leaving out that he lined him up. All he trying to let the world know is I put him on. So what? Right? So he gonna feel some type of way like you ain't bring nothing to the table to get these plugs. I put you in position and you acting like I didn't do this and I didn't do that. Wack gonna come back hard. I'm gonna tell you now, Wack about to start dropping some receipts on Luce Cannon. All I ask is, hey Wack, when you ready to come out, bro, and tell everybody you working, man, call me, man. Facts. Let SBGB TV be the channel that put it out there. Don't call Ack or none of them, man. Give it to me. I know what it is. Let me be the one to go ahead and drop the content. You know? I ain't got no problem with putting it out there. I know what it is. God damn. Shit ready get hectic because Luce Cannon, he ain't gonna hold back but for so long. You hear me? Cause you going at his girl. You going at his girl and you know he feel like that's all he got, which is truly it is. All he got is her. Ain't nobody rocking with Luce like that. You locked up. You out of sight, out of mind. Nobody's rocking with Luce Cannon. He think people really rocked with him. No, bro. This how life go. When you are of value to people, they gonna rock with you. When you're not valuable, why would they fuck with you? You in jail. You don't bring nothing to the table. See, a lot of these people, they get confused and they get lost because they lied to themselves so much. But a reality check is coming. Trust me.
He discredited my wife. She's doing her stuff too.
But you think that she's trying to turn you and Wack against each other? Or I felt like you were already kind of having these anti-Wack feelings from the beginning because let me just hit you with a narrative. Is that a lot of people think that, in particular Trap Lord Ross, they think that you saying that you were falling out with Wack over the fact that he reported on the cops raiding your house when you allegedly got swatted or whatever, they think that that was all a cover because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting Big U caught up because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack, or that Big U and you did together.
No, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam. You know that.
I guess
crap like that.
I guess Wack is primarily mad because you guys are kind of trying to like finesse money out of him, I guess, or like trying to paint the.
Do you hear this? I'm going to play that back. Adam made sure this is on a federally recorded phone that he said you robbed the weed shop, right? You was the one that was extorting people, right? But Luce Cannon says, no, I didn't do anything. Well, you went on this man's show and said that. And y'all still calling his show from jail? You think that he wasn't going to get you to verify that shit? Come on, man. See, Adam knows Luce Cannon is a liar, right? But he also wants to make sure he verifies the shit you said on his show. And Luce Cannon can't take that back. You said you did this. The person that you did it to said you did it. You implicated Big U. The person that had this done to him said that Big U was extorting him. They told the whole story. Now you saying you didn't do that? We got to play that part back. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button and share this video. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Shit is ill. We gotta play that shit back.
Allegedly got swatted or whatever. They think that was all a cover because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting Big U caught up because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack or that Big U and you did together.
No, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam. You know that.
I guess
crap like that.
I guess Wack is primarily mad because you guys are kind of trying to like finesse money out of him, I guess, or like trying to paint the narrative that
money out of who? Out of Wack?
I guess.
That's crazy. Well, how are we gonna get money out of Wack? We got our own money.
I don't know.
We got our own businesses. We got our own houses. We got our own property.
I'm being told that last night, Wack, Sharice was saying that Wack needs to start supporting more.
No, well, Wack don't have to do anything.
That's false. You need to go listen to the interview. I never said that.
I do.
So I gotta say this, right? Luce Cannon and Sharice still don't understand that Adam has allegiance to Wack 100. He does not rock with you like you think. Adam knows something is fishy with Wack and they working because they both working. Come on now. Why wouldn't they be? Adam is a civilian, right? He just employs the gangbangers. He told everybody that if they come here, I'm giving them the tapes. I'm telling the police what they need to know because I'm not destroying my relationship with the police. Wack 100 is acting as a gang member. He's a character, right? But he gets people to do shit, which we're going to talk about that in a little bit, right? So that they can incriminate themselves, right? And then he points him the fuck out. This is him. Wack 100 tells you who he is, but he uses other people to make you think that this is somebody else, when all actuality is him.
I do. I'm on stream, but I do need to check that out.
Yeah, when you check that out, you'll see I never did. Academics asked a question and I answered it. And I never said he needs to. I never said I'm looking for it. I never asked for nothing. I actually said we are not ones to ask for a handout. If you want to support Cannon, go to itslucecannon.com and purchase a t-shirt, stream his music. Those are the things I said. Ack is the one that instigated and asked certain questions. And truth be told, it wasn't even what it was when he had talked to Wack. And Wack just went big on big for no reason. And I just feel like he's a big.
We gonna play that back, right? I gotta play it back where he said what he said about the dispensary, right? He said you robbed the weed shop. I gotta play that back. We gonna get back to that, but I gotta play that back, man, because I'm sitting there thinking about that, right? This is on a federally recorded jail phone. This is how much Adam thinks of Luce Cannon. He thinks of Luce Cannon as a lying idiot. I'm not even gonna lie. He thinks of Luce Cannon as a lying idiot. For you to say this on the jail phone, come on, man. This is facts. We're gonna play that little part back. Ew.
They think that was all a cover because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting you caught up because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack, that Big U and you did together.
No, well, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam. You know that.
I guess
crap like that.
Hey yo, Luce Cannon went on this show and literally told the entire world the story of him extorting, robbing, and all this shit now, right? So you call back into the same exact show that you are indicted from talking on, and the guy just repeats it back to you like you robbed the weed shop, right? You extorted him, right? And you gonna tell him no now. Like this shit is going to work. God damn. Like this shit is just like, ew. I can't lie. These are the type of people Wack 100 knows how to finesse. Straight up. This is why I tell y'all, this is how Wack gonna get the young boy wrapped up. He looks up to Luce. He knows how to get you into the situation where you criminally incriminate yourself. If you pay attention, Wack 100 knows I'm a smart motherfucker. I want y'all to pay attention to this shit. I've been talking about Wack for months. I've been making sure I break this shit down for months. You pay attention. Wack done called in here 4 times. But that nigga don't go and talk about me on no other motherfucking stations. Y'all know this, right? Because he knows I'm not playing that game where I'm trying to threaten you. I'm trying to play the beef game on the internet because you're going to win every time. I'm talking about facts. And they don't want to go back and forth with me because I know all the facts that happen at No Jumper. You understand this, y'all? All the people that rock with me. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. And share this video. He knows. I know all the shit that happened out there. I know everybody that was involved. I know the victims. I've been in touch with the victims. I'm not the person that he want to fuck with. I'm not talking about I'm going to do this to Wack. I'm going to do that to Wack. I'm talking a whole different lingo. This is why Wack won't say anything about me on these other motherfucking channels. Because I know the truth. And I'm breaking it down and people are listening. So he knows if he goes over somewhere else and start talking about me and I keep breaking this shit down, that shit gonna make me elevate. And he don't want that. Because it's already having people view the situation for what it is. And he knows that. But he say, fuck it. I can't say nothing about him. Because this guy knows the truth. I've been in touch with the people, right? He said he was going to have Mars on his show months ago. It never happened. I debunked that shit, right? He know. But with the young boy, he's trying to get him more and more involved criminally. Y'all pay attention to this shit. And the young boy is dumb. I'm going to tell you that right now. He's dumb. He's going back and forth with people. He's incriminating himself. He's getting himself involved criminally. Wack over there clapping his hands, rubbing this shit together, saying, I got him. I want y'all to pay attention to this shit. We're going to play that little part one more time, man. We're going to let it rock after that. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video.
Because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting Big U caught up because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack or that Big U and you did together.
No, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam. You know that.
I guess Wack is primarily mad because you guys are kind of trying to like finesse money out of him, I guess, or like trying to paint the narrative
but
that
money out of who? Out of Wack?
I guess.
That's crazy. Well, how are we gonna get money out of Wack? We got our own money.
I don't know.
We got our own businesses. We got our own houses. We got our own property.
I'm being told that last night, Wack, Sharice was saying that Wack needs to start supporting more.
No, well, she don't. Wack don't have to do anything.
That's false. You need to go listen to the interview. I never said that.
I do. I'm on stream, but I do need to check that out.
Yeah, when you check that out, you'll see I never did. Academics asked a question and I answered it. And I never said he needs to. I never said I'm looking for it. I never asked for nothing. I actually said we are not ones to ask for a handout. If you want to support Cannon, go to itslucecannon.com and purchase a t-shirt, stream his music. Those are the things I said. Ack is the one that instigated and
Man, she know what she said. And we know her and Luce Cannon are liars. You said that Wack hasn't sent you no diapers and he's the godfather and he should have. And what he should do is send you some diapers and $10K a month so that y'all can promote the diapers just like the other company that's promoting the diapers. Come on now. This is what you said now. And you ain't promoting nothing if he's not doing what the other company's doing. You said those exact words. Come on now. But we already know now that Wack done went off and he don't care because the nigga never cared about you or Luce Cannon. Y'all just seeing who he is. And I've been telling everybody who he is. I'm telling everybody. Hold up. Don't go over there thinking you can challenge Wack criminally because he's working. He's going to get you engaged in a criminal situation and then point you the fuck out and say, I ain't tell you to do that. You did that on your own. I'm surprised these people are not understanding this shit, and I've been breaking this shit down for months. This is why Wack is not going to challenge me, because I'm not going to challenge Wack in anything criminally. I'm a civilian. I'm doing shit the civilian way. I don't benefit Wack the challenge because he can't win challenging me because I'm not doing the things he wants me to do, playing the game he wants me to play. I want y'all to pay attention to that.
Asked certain questions, and truth be told, it wasn't even what it was when he had talked to Wack, and Wack just went big on big for no reason. And I just feel like he's a big bully. And at this point, I don't want anything to do with him. He can go ahead and suck my motherfucking invisible dildo at this point.
Invisible dildo? That's a lot. I don't think Ack wants to suck that. But what are you talking
No,
about?
I wasn't talking about Ack, sweetie. I was talking about Wack. Okay, because he likes to bully women. He likes to bully women, and it's not okay. He would never say those things if my husband was out of jail. He would never. Okay?
You think Wack is scared of Luce?
I don't know what he is. I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth just like how Ack was. I never said that. But I know for a fact he wouldn't have done that if Cannon was out of jail. Okay?
Because he's scared of him, right?
No, I didn't say that either. What I'm saying is he should have never disrespected me publicly. He could have called me. He said those things and all that and talking about my last check was from him. No. It's the other way around, sweetie. You made a commission off of my check. So I paid you. How about that? Okay? Let's get that straight. All right? You're not even supposed to be talking about that publicly. So let's get that straight too. Like, don't disrespect a woman. Because I definitely won't disrespect yours or anything with you. I never disrespected you.
That right there, see, she don't understand. You know, people like her, you can't want to be a woman when you want to be a woman and then be in a man's shoes when you want to be in a man's shoes. That shit don't work when you out there playing that game. She got it confused now. That manipulation shit, Wack ain't going for that. Wack don't care about her or Luce. She talking about you can't disrespect a woman. You put yourself in that field. Straight up. We all understand she's a woman, yes. But you put yourself in between something that you should be out of the way of. You doing this for content, but you putting yourself in the line of fire. Straight up. Right though, JR gets bread. We know he's scared of him.
Actually showed mad love to him on that interview. When Cannon got on the live, he actually said, Wack's my guy, I love him. So if he really wanted to, he could have listened to it. I actually even joked and was like, yeah, you know, he's like his mistress. They're hot, they're cold, they argue, like they're together. That wasn't a diss. That wasn't me being disrespectful. That was me saying how close they are. Like I'm like, damn, you always on the phone with Wack. Like I'm, you know, like he's your side woman. It wasn't like I was disrespecting him or making it seem like saying he's a fucking bitch. No, I didn't say that. What I was saying was they're so close and they bicker like they're together. That's what I said. But people get in their feelings and got their panties in a fucking up their ass like a thong, want to act like a little bitch. You want to call me a bitch, then you're a bitch too. And nobody's trying to start a war between.
The war has been started. She don't understand it yet. You fucking around with a type of person that's gonna go to great lengths to try to destroy your character. I'm telling you that right now. If you watch, we know you Luce Cannon used to watch all the time, but he never paid attention. He was watching, but he wasn't paying attention because I've been explaining this shit. She just started an all-out blitz. Wack is going to go hard in the paint behind her talking shit and then posting it. Straight up. The shit done got real. And you hear how Adam is saying Wack is scared of Luce Cannon, ain't he? Y'all understand why he's doing that, right? He was instructed to ask that question so that when Wack 100 identifies all the guys outside of there, Gloss, Gizzy, Alfred, and Luce Cannon, he's going to say he was scared of him. You understand this shit, right? Wack is going to use that defense as if he was scared of Luce Cannon and everybody that was out there. And now the young boy is sending threats. All it's going to do is make it look valid for Wack. Y'all see what's going on now? The guys out here still sending threats to my woman. Come on now. Oh my God. Pay attention to this shit.
Two people. I'm not trying to do that, and you know that. All right, and best believe, if you don't want to be his godfather, trust me, I didn't ask you to. That was Cannon, sweetie. Okay, I didn't ask you to be my son's godfather. He's well taken care of, and probably got more money than you right now. So I don't want to hear that shit.
I didn't realize that he was.
You hear what she just said? He probably got more money than you right now. So you know what she insinuating? What we all know. Wack 100 don't got it like that. And Wack is not going to take that lightly of her saying Wack is broke. Come on now. She know Wack is broke, right? We all know Wack is scrambling and scraping. That's why he on the internet doing what he does. So the gloves is off, man. Straight up. We know Wack is broke. Facts. The gloves is off, man. Straight up. She done said the man don't got more money than her 8-month-old baby. Do you understand? That right there is a gut blow to Wack. He gonna come back ill. Trust and believe. It's fire now. And I'm telling y'all this shit because I can see the play. Y'all know I break this shit down. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. She just said the baby, 8-month-old baby, got more money than Wack. Hold up. Damn. Wack ain't gonna like that. You playing with his name, Sharice. He about to get real crafty, and I see it coming.
He was that was that serious. That he's the Godfather.
I didn't give him that title. Cannon did, and even truth be told, I answered it truthfully. He never not once gave my son a diaper, and you got a diaper company, and I'm not asking for it either. I never asked for anything from this man. Never. Okay? Never asked a thing from this man. And I don't expect it either. Okay? They offered before Callie was born, they even said, oh, Callie could, be the face of Incredible Diapers. I was like, oh, okay, cool. When it was the baby shower, oh, change your diapers to Incredible Diapers on the registry. Don't put Pampers. I'm like, okay, cool. I still did it anyways.
Wack is saying that he's not the Godfather.
Well, that's cool. Thank you. No problem. You did me a favor because I didn't want to denounce you from being the Godfather anyways because you're not.
But was Wack there when you gave birth?
He was there, but because I had COVID, he couldn't come see me or nothing. So he was in the waiting room.
Oh, shit.
She said Wack ain't never gave a diaper, right? But he made sure that she put on the baby registry Incredible Diapers. This is why I tell y'all, Wack never ever rocked with Luce Cannon. He is a liar, a manipulator, and he uses people for whatever he can. He makes you feel like he's doing something for you, but in all actuality, it's about what he can gain. And everything she's saying right there, that he ain't give her no diapers, I believe that. Because Wack said, I ain't giving her shit. You gotta pay for it, right? And this is your right hand man, the guy you said, when the light shine on you, you want the light to shine on him. Come on now. Let's pay attention to it now. Shit getting real. It's getting real. Facts.
Okay. Sharice, let me ask you this. Does it bother you at all that people are leaking your OnlyFans content on Reddit and whatnot?
Absolutely not. I'm going to tell you why. Because I put it up. But what bothers me is when people's motives are to be revengeful and do it in a negative way. Best believe, listen, my body is tea. I don't give a crap if you want to do that. But what's going to happen is if you're doing it in a form of revenge and trying to do it in a malice way, that's when it becomes a problem. And that is actually a crime. And those who are doing it are getting handled. It's already in the works.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Because I'm not gonna lie, I saw the clip of you chewing on Luce Cannon's ball sack,
and I had a good old time.
My blood pressure went through the roof.
That's great, because I know I do a good job. That's how I got the ring, sweetie. Listen, my husband married me because I'm a freak, okay? I do freaky things. I love what I do. I love pleasing him in all ways, all shapes and forms, and best believe he does the same. Clearly, he got some good dick game, because you see the women he slangs, okay? So trust me, it ain't just all talk. He actually walks the walk, too. So
That nigga be lying. He done manipulated every woman he been with. That shit she's saying is cap. You just trying to cover up for you being the current person that's being manipulated. He is a liar and a manipulator. All that shit you trying to add to it, the sauce, nah. You gonna be running off in a second. Straight up. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Y'all know how we get down. We deliver this shit. Facts.
For a match made in heaven.
Wow. Did you see the Trapler Ross documentary where he paints Luce as being some sort of like pathological liar? How do you feel about that?
No, I haven't even watched it. Honestly, I don't really watch these things. So I only watch things that people send me, and nobody sent me that. And whether or not he's a pathological liar or not, if that's true or not, clearly, you know, there's some truth to some things. I know everybody was doubting that even Lil Durk was going to be on our podcast interview this past Sunday, and look what happened. We made history, okay? We made history. Durk never did an interview since his arrest, and look, the first one to do it. So y'all go eat that.
Eat that. Yo, okay.
Maybe eat my ass too, because if you're gonna watch that video, I'm sure a lot of y'all over there jerking off to my videos.
Yeah, put me in line. But okay, so
She said, I know a lot of y'all jerking off to the videos. Adam said, put me in line. I'ma tell you now, she gonna be on Plug Talk soon. Straight up. I'm telling you. Everything, I can see the shit. You know, I know how the human species operate, right? And it comes from experience. There's a lot of different personalities out there, but the operation of way that we operate with shit in life is basically the same when you're doing things a certain way. She's gonna be on Plug Talk soon. Straight up. Adam's gonna be putting his pink wee-wee in the back. Straight up. While she munching on Adam's wife. I'm telling you. It's gonna go down. I can see it coming.
I would, no disrespect to Luce, but
Thank you.
So how do you feel about that the IBM hoodlum guys basically pushing an angle that basically Wack is trying to put the no jumper fight video out there, hoping that there will be charges associated with it or something like that? Are you totally fully like in line, in communication with the IBM fan base?
Honestly, no. Listen, they do what they do. I've already, I call them and I say, hey, listen, Wack don't like this. Hey, listen, I got to call on this. They are grown. They going to do what they want to do. At the end of the day, ain't nobody trying to be, that's why they're saying, Sharice called me and you guys are crying what we posting. Of course, you tell me to call them and stop them. If they choose not to stop, they choose not to stop. That's on them. They're just like everybody has freedom of speech and want to go and bash and talk and discredit my husband. They could do what they want to. It's fair game. You guys can dish it, but you can't take it. You can dish it, but you can't take it. You're gonna have to take it when it comes. It is what it is. And you want to say it's war now? Okay, then go ahead. Go and get your best battlefield gear on. I could care less.
Adam is making sure that he identifies the young boy being involved with the crew, and that Luce Cannon was involved with this situation outside. Do y'all hear this shit? This is on a jail phone. Well, I think the phone hung up, but we all know that this shit here is already watched by the feds. They get the information right off Adam's platform. She just don't understand it yet. And they just focused on content. Y'all are literally involved in a criminal case that hasn't been indicted yet.
Nothing you can say or do to me that'll hurt me, sweetie. I'm straight where I'm at.
Okay, this is my other main question as well. Is if Luce is of the opinion that Brick told, that Brick is some kind of snitch, and then Durk is at least in theory supposed to be cool with Brick, wouldn't Durk not want to get on a call with academics and have his first time speaking to the public be on a call with somebody who's also pushing the line of accusing Brick of being a snitch. Like, to me, that almost feels like some kind of like slight Brick diss on behalf of Dirk.
I wouldn't say that because first and foremost, Kenna didn't say Brick was a snitch. Okay, let's not put words in his mouth.
Oh, that's what I'm being told. I don't watch it. That's what.
Yes, he did.
He never said that. So let's clear that up. Second of all, if you heard what Dirk said on the interview, he said, "I don't care who has a problem with who or what the issues are. If I'm cool with them, I'm cool with them," and that's a fact. That's it. And that's where it's gonna sit. He doesn't care what mess or ish dramas or who don't like who or what. If he's cool with Cannon, he's cool with Cannon, and that's it.
Okay, cool.
All right, I was hoping that he would have called back by now, but he didn't. But thank you for taking the time, Adam. You know, ain't nobody gonna stop no calls or no nothing, okay? Best believe nobody made anybody. Nobody made anybody, okay? I've been somebody before I met even my husband. I've been somebody before I met them. You manage people. Just because you manage someone or work with someone don't mean you made them. You work for them and get a check. That's just how it is. You don't make someone, okay? There's no such thing as of creating an artist nowadays. The artist is already there and you just manage them. Nobody's building a bear no more. It's not a build a bear situation, okay? We all adults here. You didn't get me when I was 15. So let's get that straight.
Got it. No, for sure. All right, I appreciate you calling in.
All right, thanks, Adam. God bless.
Much love. Thank you.
Hey, yo. Wack gonna come back hard off that. I'm telling you right now. She done said Wack broke. He ain't got no money. The 8-month-old baby got more money than Wack. She was somebody before Wack. Basically, like, you just a little manager. You ain't nobody. I was something before you. All you did was manage to get a check. So you better know Wack about to turn up on this one, cause she straight made him look like a peon. Straight up. Look like a straight peon. We all know he foofafi. We know he a liar. But she made sure she highlighted it. It's on. Oh, man. It's on. You hear me? It's on, man. Shit done got real. Shit done got real, man. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Nah, you can call in now, LJ. You know when I'm cooking, I ain't answering, my guy. You hear me? It's all love. But you can call in now, my guy. Go ahead, call. You know when I'm going in, listen, I ignore that. It mess up my flow when I'm going in. Go ahead, come on, bro. Call in, let me know. You know I'm with you, my guy. Yeah. I just like to break it down, man. You know, we all know what it is. Straight up. We know what it is. I see it coming, right? And we gonna see what Wack do. How he gonna respond. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
It's LJ, man. The East School Philly, man.
What's going on, my guy?
Don't do me like that.
Man, when I'm cooking, my guy, you see I'm in mid stride, you gotta let me go.
I did that, but me and RM already had our talk. We already mad at you because we seen you. Well, I ain't gonna say we. You know, I be having to work and I was watching the replay. I heard you talk about, oh yeah, you know, real recognize real, they understand and I came to you about that not too long ago. I say, before you even got to that part, it was a week ago, I said, yo, make another page with the business and all that. Because outside of everything, you know, it's all love, we all family and chat. But I just bought me some houses where I'm at too. You get what I'm saying?
Got you.
But you know, because from like how you said, when you say you real know and you know, people understand. I said, yeah, he more seasoned than where I'm at with it. And I'm going to take a lot of losses with these, you know, like you probably did back then. So you get where I'm coming from.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I don't know I'm gonna take losses. You get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, that's a part of the game, but experience is the best teacher.
And that's why I told you. I said just make another YouTube because now you got the people, you got the eyes, but you don't. And that's another thing. I'm gonna swerve off a little bit, but still stay on it. I'm gonna swerve off a little bit to say why is Wack going like all right? You see where you at, and the people that's watching you and all us that's with you, that's family. None of us probably seen you. You probably seen a few of them, but none of us really saw you. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay.
And just like how you say, I ain't good with people. Some of them might take that the wrong way, but a dude like me, I understand you because I don't like people either. But that don't mean I don't enjoy people and speak to people and understand people. But it take a person that don't like people to understand also. Like, no, that don't mean we hate people. You know what I mean? We just don't. We like our, you know?
Yeah.
Other people, they think we more happy than other people. They say, man, stop saying that because you really like everybody you run across. But we understand, like, no, I don't like people. You know what I mean? But we more friendly than them, and we really don't like people. You get what I'm saying?
I got you. I was cooking, LJ. You gotta let me know where you at with this one. You cut me off and
I'm telling you. All right, let me tell you. I need you to make another YouTube page with business.
But I gotta establish this first, LJ. You know.
No, I'm gonna get to that too.
Okay.
All right. Now, I'm saying, I only said that because I finally got you on the phone. Let me say quick. It ain't going to be more than a minute. All right. We need that page because the audience you got is grown folks.
I got you. Okay.
You got grown folks. So now I'm leading to this. This is why you get the attention and everything. Why is Wack going over there with academics? I just talked to my son. My son, 19 years old. I had him when I was 14. You know what I'm saying? So me and my son is like, he like my little brother. But my son, I talked to my son. I said, yo, bro, you better not be in academics comments and doing all that with them. And this what made me notice. My son said, yo, Dad, man, look at this. He showed me what people say in academics comments. They did. So why is Wack over there constantly? Constantly. If you really read the comments.
But Wack is over there because you know he can influence them, and it's the youth. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I said we appreciate you, bro. That's why you on him. Now you getting to where I'm going. That's why we appreciate you and we understand why you after him. You know what I mean? Because if my 19-year-old son say, "Hey, Dad, I'm not getting comments, bro. Like, look, read it," and I read it. I said, "Damn." Like for everybody in the chat right now, go to just go on any academic Jones whenever y'all get off DZ Jones or take a break or whatever. Go on there, just read don't be on there for 2 seconds. Read the comment.
LJ, I'm cooking though. LJ, I'm cooking.
That's why we appreciate you, bro.
LJ, you gotta let me cook. This is why listen to me. This is why
I'm giving you your flowers, bro. That's all.
But listen, I'm with you, LJ. But listen, this is why I answer the phone a certain time because it throw the balance of what I'm doing off. You don't understand that.
You probably was getting to that. I apologize.
You feel what I'm saying? And you know, it's all respect, bro. But that's why I answer the phone that way because it unbalances the shit that I'm doing. When I'm going a certain way, I gotta answer the phone, and it's like certain people. If you not talking about exactly what I'm saying, and boom, 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 it unbalances it. Now I gotta pick up with the balance again.
But that's why we deal with you, though, because you don't have millions over here. You. Just like how you ain't digging what I'm saying, wouldn't nobody ever be able to say that on the 100 side. You know what I'm saying? You see how you accept the opposite understanding of what I'm telling you?
I got you.
I gotta go to bed. So anything I can do now is that, you know what I mean? I got work tomorrow, so I gotta say what I gotta say, then I can sit back and listen. I wouldn't be able to call you in 40 minutes from now. You know what I mean? I gotta lay down and just listen to you. From here on out, you know what I mean?
I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, bro. I'm gonna kick back and listen, bro. All right.
If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. hit that like button and share this video. You know, I appreciate y'all. Hold on. So, yeah. Right here, right? We gonna go into the, this right here, when I heard Wack talking about this on here. And it was a couple things I seen. And we gonna go over this. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Hi, DZ.
What's going on, Mary?
What's going on, chat? Hi, everybody. Everybody was just waiting for me. I know. And my thoughts and opinion, obviously.
Okay.
Well, my thoughts and opinion, I have a whole lot, you know, and that's why I like to, I be fiending to call in, because, you know, I'm like one-sided track, like, you know what I'm saying? Once something comes up, it just go, and then it leaves, and it goes, and it leaves, and it goes.
You gotta get you a pen and paper.
I get, that's why I said I get what you're saying when you be chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? You one-sided track. I get it. I understand. So, but yeah, the last caller that had called, you know what I'm saying, that academic shit, what he needs to understand, academics is not stupid. He's smarter than fucking Wack. You get what I'm saying? That's why he be trying to fucking trap him in his own fucking trap. I see the fucking play that fucking academics be doing. Like, he's way smarter than fucking Wack. Way smarter. You get what I'm saying? It's because Wack is more on the street side, so he be trying to chill. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole extortion, and you know what I'm saying? He know he could get fucking probably AK lined up. You understand? So yeah, I'll be fucking scared of my life too. You know what I'm saying? So he be careful, you know, with the words that he be fucking saying, honestly.
Okay.
Same thing with Adam. Adam's scared as death too. Cause how you gonna bully somebody out of your own podcast? If my boss told me don't show up here, you think I'm gonna show up?
Okay.
I mean, don't say okay. Am I right or am I wrong?
I'm letting you cook because I got my mind set on something. So,
but you get what I'm saying.
I got you.
If my boss told me don't show up after what the fuck happened, you're gonna still pull up, and then the line that you fucking basically throw in his face is, oh, we on a contract.
Alright, I got you.
Do you remember that?
I got
Did you see that?
I got you.
Oh my God, you're saying
I got you,
okay.
man. I'm pushing something right now. You invested on that part. I'm with you. Let me go ahead and cook a little bit, and
I'm like cook it up. I'm
you.
eating.
I appreciate you.
I'm eating.
I appreciate you. Let me play this right here, y'all. We're gonna get into this. We're gonna react to this. And you know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. Oh man. Hold up. Hit that like button and share this video. Hit that like button and share this video. Yeah. Hold up.
Them grinding, they still getting the bag.
Right. You know, he told me earlier on the phone that he tried to get Luce to squabble him 8 different times while behind bars, and that Luce was not having it. And that Luce is now in a separate part of the prison with Dirk. I guess that's where they put the celebrities, like Luce Cannon and Dirk.
So let me get this right.
Right.
Brick is claiming Luce turned down the fade.
8 times.
That's cap.
You don't believe that?
No.
They were never cellies. Luce was lying about that, I guess.
No, they was both lying about that.
They were playing
That
it up,
was
yeah.
weird. I mean, I knew they was in the same general area because we can hear them there talking. We knew that. But as far as them being celly, I just think they was in there, hey, man, we're going to run the contest, going to make people talk.
Yeah.
Really, I think...
They got all the time in the world to talk about how to make people talk about them.
Yeah, I think that's what was going on with
And
them.
they're both so content-brained now.
I don't believe that... For one, I'm going to be real. I don't think Brick could whoop Luce. I think Brick will fight Luce. I think Brick, from listening to Brick, I think he has some situations going on where fighting is not really too safe for him.
Well, he got shot in the neck, and he can't like ball his fist up as well as he probably would want to. But that's from forever ago. So I mean,
well, whatever's going on with him, I know he has some. And I had to tell myself this, like, Wack, you ever run into him?
Now listen to this shit, man. Listen to this shit.
Dude is not all the way like I know he got the heart to fight, but I know he has, he has some things going on that may hinder,
Don't turn him into a T-Rail. He ain't a real handicap like T-Rail.
But shit, bro, if you got some movement problems, and I'm gonna be real, I wouldn't want to fight Brick just based upon knowing he got some things that neck lead to the spine. Yeah. And I'm gonna be real, I don't want to be the dude to where a dude can't pick his child up because we had a squabble behind some podcast.
So you don't want to fight him because you're afraid that you will physically destroy him to the extent where he's not able to pick up a 10-pound child.
Yeah,
that's so big of you.
No, for real though, bro. I mean, because if it's over some podcast stuff, like, I don't want to be the one looking up and he like our guy, Superman. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Christopher.
But Marciano was outside of No Jumper, and he got beat, robbed, pistol whipped, stripped, and paralyzed on one side of his body. And nobody's addressing that. But y'all talking about Brick when we all know Wack don't want no smoke with anybody that wants real smoke with him. We all know this now. But he trying to make it seem like he wouldn't want to go at Brick because he don't want Brick to get paralyzed. Play that little part back, man. Well, I tell you.
I think Brick will fight Luce. I think Brick, from listening to Brick, I think he has some situations going on where fighting is not really too safe for him.
Well, he got shot in the neck, and he can't like ball his fist up as well as he probably would want to. But that's from forever ago. So I mean,
well, whatever's going on with him, I know he has some. And I had to tell myself this, like, Wack, you ever run into him? Dude is not all the way like, I know he got the heart to fight, but I know he has. He has some things going on that may hinder,
Don't turn him into a T-Rail. He ain't a real handicap like T-Rail.
But shit, bro, if you got some movement problems, and I'm gonna be real, I wouldn't want to fight Brick just based upon knowing he got some things that neck lead to the spine. Yeah. And I'm gonna be real, I don't want to be the dude to where a dude can't pick his child up because we had a squabble behind some podcast.
So you don't want to fight him because you're afraid that you will physically destroy him to the extent where he's not able to pick up a 10-pound child.
Yeah,
that's so big of you.
No, for real though, bro. I mean, because if it's over some podcast stuff, like, I don't want to be the one looking up and he like our guy, Superman. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Christopher Reeves.
Yeah,
you turn breaking to Christopher Reeves. Wow.
I wouldn't feel good about, bro. I really wouldn't. Where I'm at mentally, I would not feel good about that.
Right.
And I'm gonna be.
But he got on Vlad TV, and he went on Adam's show after this shit happened, outside of No Jumper, and bragged about what happened. And he bragged about this shit, right? As if it was cool that it happened. You understand what I'm saying? But you gonna say you wouldn't want something like that to happen. When I'm telling you, Marciano was paralyzed on one side of the body from what happened out there. But you think by you saying what you saying now, it's supposed to mean something to people? Nah. See, we all know that Wack is going to try to place the blame all on Luce Cannon and everybody else out there. And you know, what I asked Wack to do, right, is to call in to SBGB TV, Wack, when you ready to put it all on the line, man. Straight up. This is how Wack felt after what happened outside of No Jumper. But he's on here talking like this right now.
Slight visual of one of the individuals, PTR, that's one of the individuals after the double stripping occurred. They pulled up, they said, "What's up, homie?" They said, "Yeah, we here to holler at Wack." And that was the outcome. The other one was in the back. He crawled in the trash can himself trying to get away. I don't think he know he was at. But I keep warning y'all, I am not a rapper. Don't come playing. Like, this, don't come playing. I keep trying to help y'all. Do not believe that I am a 47-year-old survivor. I am a paranoid that's not driven by fear, and my team around me ain't playing. They not playing.
Not at all.
A double strip.
Who was there? What, Pitbull in there?
Who that, G-Wayne?
Is Pitbull in here?
Yep.
Yeah,
You already know.
What is it? He don't look sweet. He look like he got knocked out. Somebody.
I held half the team. Like, yo, y'all need to cut the date. Stop believing the high here, bumpy here, bumpy here.
Hey, they want to know what's a double strip, Wack.
A double strip, the first strip is all your jewelry, everything is gone. The second strip is, as you see, down to the birthday suit.
Socks on.
Yo, Bumpy, there you go, Bumpy. Keep that close. There you go. Hold on. There you go. That's go.
Hey, Wack, let me see what you're talking about.
Bad work. That's bad, yo, Bumpy.
He don't even
Send that this way, Wack. Let me see.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
He don't even see it.
No. Listen. Bad work. I mean, he was looking for Wack. I you know.
He found him.
Found the Wack.
Listen. Half the squad. I'm making y'all about these would have died out there, man. Eddie was too bad.
Hey, this the best. Nigga, the homie is brazy. These is bothering. This is the best video ever. Man, you didn't see me this since last night, man.
No, back in your head, you like, with the dog going the phone, and there it goes. And listen, you see, half the homies is restrained.
I'm seeing, I'm watching it. I gotta watch it again because there's audio in the back.
It's like, you boys would have all got to get loose, man. That's what the,
Hey, somebody would have lost their life. Everybody got active.
Somebody
would have lost. If everybody got active, it would have.
Now they don't even know where they at still.
Man, them probably still in the alley in the trash can.
The white boy calls me, right? This crazy ass. Yeah, I bet that they know what's not to come to No Jumper again. Yeah. Gang. I said,
Hey, did Adam see that shit, Wack?
Yo, that's what this white boy is crazy.
Yo, gang.
Somebody paid him to say that.
No, Adam is really, Adam is the epitome and definition of a white boy that is just what it is. He bland, he's straightforward, and he don't get. You got to Adam up.
Hey, you know he's always been that. He like, I'm a troll. You know,
Hey, he seemed like he kind of down though, right?
Man, that's been ringing around the homies. Adam running around there.
He might just tee off. You feel me? I don't know. Adam got it in him.
And he ain't no small white boy.
No, he ain't no small white boy. It's crazy because
legal team to him. Sure.
That be roaming around, and he's just like, hey, dude, what's going on? Like, he called his office, he on this screen, he eat this researching the blogs and
So when we see that right there, right? This is how he felt after it happened. We all know Marciano paralyzed on one side of the body, right? Brain injury, vision messed up, right? Serious shit. But on here, he acting like he want to spare Brick.
Yeah.
Really, I think
They got all the time in the world to talk about how to make people talk about them.
Yeah, I think that's what was going on with
And they're
that.
both so content brain now.
I don't believe that. For one, I'm gonna be real. I don't believe. Listen, I don't think Brick could whoop Luce. I think Brick will fight Luce. I think Brick, from listening to Brick, I think he has some situations going on where fighting is not really too safe for him.
Well, he got shot in the neck, and he can't like ball his fist up as well as he probably would want to. But that's from forever ago. So I mean,
no, well, whatever's going on with him, I know he has some. And I had to tell myself this: like, Wack, you ever run into him? Dude is not all the way like I know he got the heart to fight, but I know he has. He has some things going on that may hinder.
Don't turn him into a T-Rail. He ain't a real handicap like T-Rail.
But shit, bro, if you got some movement problems, and I'm gonna be real, I wouldn't want to fight Brick just based upon knowing he got some things that neck lead to the spine. Yeah. And I'm gonna be real, I don't want to be the dude to where a dude can't pick his child up because we had a squabble behind some podcast.
So you don't want to fight him because you're afraid that you will physically destroy him today.
He said he don't want to have a fight with Brick where dude can't pick his child up and have a squabble behind some podcast shit. Well, Marciano only gave Jay Reed a ride. He ain't had nothing to do with no podcast shit. He ain't had nothing to do with nothing. And he got beat bad. Come on now. You got to make it make sense, Wack. You just lie to be lying. This shit ain't adding up. Straight up.
The extent where he's not able to pick up a 10-pound child.
Yeah,
that's so big of you.
No, for real though, bro. I mean, because if it's over some podcast stuff, like I don't want to be the one looking up, and he like our guy, Superman. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Christopher Reeves.
Yeah,
you turn breaking to Christopher Reeves. Wow.
I wouldn't feel good about, bro. I really wouldn't. Where I'm at mentally, I would not feel good about that.
Right.
And I'm gonna be real. I'm the type of dude that even if he was to come at me, I may tag him up a little bit and say, "Go on, man! Like go on about you," because I know if it gets serious, I black out in them fight. We may start fighting over the dice game, but my mind goes to you. My mama kidnapped my daughter. Everything lies on this fight.
Well, that seems a little extreme.
No, this is my mental,
right?
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because coming up as a Paru in the system, and my area wasn't popular. And my area, it's popular now. When you walk in there, you had to be damn near out of your mind to let that come out your mouth. Y'all number 5, 6 to 1. So you had to tune into your mental, right? Numb yourself, reach deep down inside, and find that extra to be able to go in there and do that. Because a head up was like, if you got a 3-on-1, that's close you got to a head up.
Well, I'm glad that we've established that I'm essentially like the battered wife who keeps coming back for more from my abusive husband, Brick Baby.
Yeah, I mean, shit looking serious, bro. I'm glad that No Jumper had my back for the first time.
With what? Because
every time something comes out about me, right, or allegedly bullshit, right, it goes up. So I'm watching yesterday and the other day, and I see they're reporting on Big U calls Donald Trump the orange guy and he thinks he can use the president to get out of this, right?
This is probably the most retarded theory I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, he probably think he can get a hold to a certain person that's accessible to
Donald Trump has pardoned quite a few rappers and a lot of people in general. None of them have been for murder.
Yeah. Well,
which not to mention, he hasn't even been found guilty of, never mind, gone to trial. So
none of them been looking at 600 years.
And
that's crazy, right? So I'm sitting back saying, oh, they can report on this, but then I seen it. The AUSA, the DA, whatever they call them in the feds, said, you said Wack 100 and 600 were working for the feds and has something to do with your case. And that is an outright lie. We go on record. We have no dealings with those. Woo, woo, woo. And you said these things to put a target on their back. So because he said it and they know it.
What gets me about Wack with this here, he wants to highlight him saying it the way he's saying it. And this shit is coming from them people. Why would them people expose the people that helped them get the information that they got? Why would they expose them? Come on now. You think that they just gonna put it out there? Like, you not making no sense trying to justify and make it look like you not working.
It's not to be true. They like you said, so they saying you're still trying to operate within violence. This is what they're saying.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
The justice system having your back, kind of nice.
No, it's not even about having my back. It's about when that DA gone.
No, that's what it was about. It was about the justice system having your back. And the crazy thing, though, Adam knows that he will cooperate, right? And he knows Wack 100 will cooperate. But he gets off on saying, Wack, you're working and shit like that. They're protecting you from certain shit. And Wack can sit there and just talk around it like he don't understand it.
On record saying that's a lie. If the defense attorney could turn, if they lie and that defense attorney turns around and could show otherwise, right, it helps them on their side, right? But I said finally, because what that was the drowning man trying to pull up everybody down with him. That's what that was. Basically. And when people,
there go Wack trying to make up his story, his narrative, why they shouldn't have said this. Why Big U shouldn't have said it, because if they don't correct it, man, fuck out of here. They did that to make it look like you are not working, man. Play that little shit back.
I'm sitting back saying, oh, they can report on this, but then I seen it. The AUSA, the DA, whatever they call them in the feds, said, you said Wack 100 and 600 were working for the feds and has something to do with your case. And that is an outright lie. We go on record. We have no dealings with those. Woo, woo, woo. And you said these things to put a target on their back. So because he said it and they know it's not to be true, they like, you said, so they saying you're still trying to operate within violence. This is what they're saying.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
But like, why would they come out and say that it's true though? Like, come on, Wack. You think everybody's dumb? See, this shit is just like a different kind of special. Wack thinks that everybody is on a lower level mentally in life. This is how he talks to people. Like, everybody else is on a lower level mentally when you can literally see something in your face, but because he's telling you otherwise, that's supposed to hold weight. Man, fuck out of here with that shit. Listen to that shit again. Boy, fuck out of here with that shit. Yeah, that shit's bogus.
Well,
which not to mention, he hasn't even been found guilty of, never mind, gone to trial. So
none of them been looking at 600 years.
And
that's crazy, right? So I'm sitting back saying, oh, they can report on this, but then I seen it. The AUSA, the DA, whatever they call them in the feds, said, you said Wack 100 and 600 were working for the feds and has something to do with your case. And that is an outright lie. We go on record. We have no dealings with those woo, woo, woo. And you said these things to put a target on their back. So because he said it and they know it's not to be true, they like, you said, so they saying you're still trying to operate within violence. This is what they're saying.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
The justice system having your back, kind of nice.
No, it's not even about having my back. It's about when that DA go on record saying that's a lie. If the defense attorney could turn, if they lie, and that defense attorney turns around and could show otherwise, right? It helps them on their side, right? But I said finally, because what that was the drowning man trying to pull up everybody down with him. That's what that was. Basically. And when people read the paperwork, I think people really don't know how to read, right? Because when he looks in the camera and says, "Cause I ain't did nothing."
Right.
But you read the paperwork and you see January 2023, the feds question your wife about a murder. June 2023, the feds serve a warrant on you for your DNA. August 2023, the feds arrest you, your wife, and a lady named Nita for some type of fraud type of stuff. So in 2025 of March, we just gonna leave it right there. When you look in the camera and say, this is Wack 600 in Luce Cannon, because I ain't did nothing. Boy, you'd have been hemmed up 4 times in the last 2 years by the FBI. What do you mean?
Right.
So now we sit here and see everything that Wack 100 is associated with, right? And if we see that you making threats online, you involved in criminal beatings, you online talking about you provide the Crips with straps so that they can knock each other off, right? You saying all this shit, right? And we not supposed to say, why the fuck you ain't been picked up? If somebody say that, it's like some Chinese fucking language to you. But when you say something about what you observe, it's always supposed to be correct though. Now we listen to this shit right here.
The nigga don't even keep a hammer on. I know the nigga, bro. I know him. Know him, his family. I know him, bro. He ain't running. That nigga, them niggas don't run nothing like that out here, bro. Don't believe the hype. You do not believe the hype. 6ix9ine, one of them niggas blocked. The harder they were and violated them niggas, bro. What that tell you?
Nobody was
good. In the afternoon, bro. It's real shit. It ain't what it used to be, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ain't none of this shit what it used to be, bro. And that nigga 55 years old, bro. He's scared to go back to jail.
I mean, you know what? My whole thing is, as long as I got a fair fight, niggas come at me and I got heat to hold myself down, I don't give a fuck. I just don't want to be in a position where niggas got heat to me and I gotta be humble.
Whenever you land out here, bro, that ain't the problem, bro.
Right.
This is all I want you to think about. They talk a lot of shit about Wack. We in LA. You see them niggas coming playing with me?
Nope.
I'm out here moving. All my cars is bright. Everything I drive is noticeable. Nigga, they see me. Nigga, I'm posting flyers where we gonna be at clubs, all that. Concerts, all that. Just studio, like, bro, like, these niggas be talking. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They be talking, bro. They be talking, bro. Them same niggas you talking about when they went to war, guess who they had to come see to get their tools, bro? Pick you all up. Wack. Crip nigga gotta come see me. You know what I'm saying? Because you know they go to war with each other, so I don't give a fuck. Them niggas kill each other all day long. You know what I'm saying? I be Crip on Crip shit.
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
I got a quick one, another prediction. I think, man, when Adam get his little Rubik's Cube perfectly put together, it's going to end up with Wack, Luce Cannon, Brick, and all of them locked up, and I can see Sharice and even R&B on doing the plug talk stuff, and him on the 22 channel or whatever, the No Jumper, back with his BMX friends and all that, just sitting back laughing at it, you know, and letting it run up the content. That's what I mean. What's your opinion on that? How you feel about that?
like I said, man, you know, when the time come, you know, it's all gonna go down. You know, I think Wack gonna flip on him and, you know, try to put all the blame on the young boys. And then, you know, I already see Sharice going to the plug talk. You know, R&B, she been out there before. So, you know, it's falling apart now. So we gonna see how this thing break down.
It's getting spooky, boy. I'm tuned in, though. I can't. I can't. But when I plug into your channel, though, that's the reviews and all that. And you keep it entertaining too, though, man. It's hard to turn off sometimes when your lives is going no, bro. But man, blessings to you and keep going, bro.
I appreciate it, my brother.
Yes, sir.
If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. KO.
It do nothing.
It's hard to say you ain't done
You're
enough.
oblivious. Like you're supposed to look in the camera and say, well, I had a few situations going on. Boom, 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 bam. So, you know, it's crazy, you know, when you read these type of things and you scratch your head, you say, damn, that hate is really real, bro.
What do you feel about Christopher Lovejoy actually going to the Big U bail
Shout
hearing?
out to the exposers. The exposers found that court date maybe about 8 o'clock that morning.
Really?
And
so that was last minute?
Yeah, informed 600 that his court date was at 11:30.
That is some flagrant shit for him to do, given the reputation that Big U and the people associated with him have. The fact that Lovejoy is so fearless that he just shows up.
Okay.
This feels like a provocation. Like he's trying to get somebody to do something to him.
No, here's the thing. He's in there because he want to hear what's going on.
Okay. So he's an independent journalist.
He want to know what's going on, and that's how we was able to know what went on before the documents came out, before the minute orders came out, because he was in there. You know what I mean? Like I got to record when they approached him in the hallway. I got all that content.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got the content.
He recorded it?
Oh, well, you know. You got the content.
Someone else recorded it? Someone there? Why didn't you go? You could have gone, right?
Well, I was out of town. I don't really deal with court buildings unless I got to take somebody's wife or mother, kids. You know.
He said he don't really deal with court buildings. Shit. Come on, Wack. We seen you in there with Blueface a few times. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to go to Big U shit because the entire world knows you had hands in that work. You had hands in making sure Luce Cannon told everything. And now Luce Cannon saying, man, I ain't do nothing with Big U. He think that that's going to work now? Oh, hell no. It's too late for that.
Stepping into the court with
6-0 business.
Or
right?
I got to go.
You don't want to involve yourself.
Or I got to go support, you know, my people. I'm going to be real, man. When it comes to everything Big U got going on, that's what he had going on. But I'm not, it kind of like, it fucked me up to see he was looking at 600 years. You know what I'm saying? Because see.
Did 600 request that?
No, I don't know what the hell that's
give
about.
Give him 600 years. They call me,
you gotta remember,
they call me 600, give him 600 years.
You got to remember, you know, when I hear that, my mind goes back to like his daughter, you know what I'm saying? And his kids, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially the last two, Dayon and Cherish, you know, I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think about that. I don't.
The nigga said I think about his kids. Yo, Wack is so ill. I'ma tell you straight up, man. When you was hollering about this man's DNA was under the fingernail, which was a lie, when they said it's inconclusive, you wasn't thinking about his kids then, but now he in there and everybody knows it was because of you pushing the line and you made sure you helped. Now you saying you think about the man's kids, man. Wack is an ill joker, man. One of those jokers that you don't want to take that honey bun. You know what I'm saying? You know how they say in the jail, they put a honey bun on your bed. And if you take it, you in some shit. They left the honey bun. Wack. He left the honey bun out there and Luce Cannon took the honey bun. That's his ass.
don't got that type of malice in my heart to be like, yo, give him life or give him 600 years or whatever. You know, he was doing whatever he was doing.
But you were kind of celebrating him having this case before it was announced publicly.
Yes, you was. You was celebrating it, Wack. Come on now. You celebrated every minute of this shit on YouTube, on Instagram. You celebrated this shit, Wack. We not going for that, man. I don't give a fuck. You was celebrating that they said this man was involved. Straight up. Hey, appreciate the super chat, LJ. You said M just sniped the troll for saying LJ think he eat off the land. All because I understand DZ have more gain off it. DZ know what I'm talking about, making his business channel, shaking my head just for cause you don't understand, Miss Troll. Match this dub. Appreciate the super chat, LJ.
No, I didn't. I never celebrated it.
You sort of preemptively celebrated it.
How? How was that I
We
celebrated?
were talking about it on here. You were like ranting and raving about how he was going down, and then it actually happened.
No, I never. No, I said I've always said the grid program, and the grid program's in there.
Right.
I've always we've been advocates of that. That's what that is, and we don't agree with what that stands for. Being a street dude in the street. Because you playing both sides of the fence. It's like, all right.
I think Wack is a bipolar, schizophrenic dude. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think he's one of those bipolar, schizophrenic type of dudes, man. The way that he flips out 1 minute and then turns around and acts as if he's never said any of those things. No, I didn't say this. No, I wouldn't do that. I don't look at it like this. And, you know, I would never want this man to get life in jail. Well, we all know for a homicide, what can happen? Like, let's be real. Come on now. You was promoting that this man had a homicide that he was going to be indicted on. And the feds done indicted him on this homicide? Come on, man. Like, Wack is a compulsive liar, man. Big time, man. Habitual liar.
On this side, on this, but then when I get into it with these dudes on these blocks, right, I can use that. You get what I'm saying? If you ran the grid, I wouldn't have nothing to say because you're walking a different walk. But a dude that's calling himself running the hood and you doing things, bro, you can't be in business with the police department.
Right.
You can't. And none.
You can't be in the police business with the police department. You should be telling yourself that, though, Wack. Like, real shit. You should be telling yourself that you can't be in business with the police department, man. Come on, man. Like, what the fuck? You the only person we know on the internet involved in serious shit and still get on the internet and talk about it and don't nothing happen. Anybody else throughout the entire internet, they would have been in jail. You done told people that you got tapes of this. You done told people you done got people's money back. Reggie Wright done told the entire world that you was running around extorting shit with Big U and Suge, all kinds of shit. Shit is crazy. Man, I appreciate the super chat, LJ. Get us to M. I don't got cash app.
Nobody makes sense.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So, on that, we've always stood on that. As far as when we heard about the murder and
Fine Shorty,
the investigation. Hey, bro, you know one thing, you know when the troll is on, the troll is on.
I hear that. I tried to
The troll is on.
So the victim's mother, Rayshawn's mother, actually did TMZ and spoke about her experience, saying that she wants him to fry. She says she wants him to fry in jail for the rest of his life, which I think she's like kind of mixing metaphors right there, because that's not really when they say they want him to fry, they're talking about the death penalty typically. Either way, but I reached out trying to lock in an interview with her and was told that they don't want anything to do with anything that has anything to do with Wack 100.
Well, maybe because I didn't give them no money.
Well, also you exposed the whole thing before it came out, which they asked you not to.
Listen, and I tell people this. This is real shit. My phone rings at least 50 to 80 times a day with all kind of shit. Other morning, some dude called me 6 in the morning. Yo, Wack, I'm in the halfway house. Don't hang up. I got a story. And I said, okay, what's your name? He tell.
Listen to this shit. This is what I want y'all to listen to right here. I want y'all to listen to this shit right here. This is Wack 100 explaining himself. When y'all hear this shit, y'all are going to understand this is Wack explaining himself. This is why he sat on the phone with this guy for an hour, because he could relate to this shit.
Tells me I'm on the phone with the dude an hour. This dude, I gotta send you this shit for your channel. This is the most hyped, excited snitch I've ever heard. He's proud of being a snitch. He told about everybody he snitched on, why he snitched, and said he's in the halfway house trying to snitch down his 2 years of federal parole he has. Like, this dude was so excited. I'm like, damn. I said, you know what? You don't mind me recording this, bro, because the kids need to hear this. I got it. When I send you this, you're going to trip out, bro.
The kids need to hear it so that they understand how much people are snitching.
Bro, this dude was an authentic street dude, all that. He would go out, right, and get a dude and say, bro, you should be a pimp. Turn him on to pimping just to snitch on him and turn him in and get the money.
Right. Wow.
He would create a criminal to tell on the criminal.
Build-A-Bear.
Straight up, bro. This shit is diabolical, and he's happy about it.
Wow.
I gotta play that back. What did he do with Luce Cannon? What did he do with Luce Cannon, man? When you sit here and see how he operated with Luce Cannon, can we be real? What did he do with Luce Cannon? Let's play that shit back.
She says she wants him to fry in jail for the rest of his life, which I think she's like kind of mixing metaphors right there, because that's not really when they say they want him to fry, they're talking about the death penalty typically. Either way, but I reached out trying to lock in an interview with her and was told that they don't want anything to do with anything that has anything to do with Wack 100.
Well, maybe because I didn't give him no money.
Well, also you exposed the whole thing before it came out, which they asked you not to.
Listen, and I tell people this. This is real shit. My phone rings at least 50 to 80 times a day with all kind of shit. Other morning, some dude called me 6 in the morning. Yo, Wack, I'm in the halfway house. Don't hang up. I got a story. And I said, okay, what's your name? He tells me I'm on the phone with the dude an hour. This dude, I gotta send you this shit for your channel.
For an hour now.
This is the most hyped, excited snitch I've ever heard. He's proud of being a snitch. He told about everybody he snitched on, why he snitched, and said he's in the halfway house trying to snitch down his 2 years of federal parole he has. Like, this dude was so excited. I'm like, damn. I said, you know what? You don't mind me recording this, bro, because the kids need to hear this. I got it. When I send you this, you're going to trip out, bro.
The kids need to hear it so that they understand how much people are snitching.
Bro, this dude was an authentic street dude, all that. He would go out, right, and get a dude and say, bro, you should be a pimp. Turn him on to pimping just to snitch on him and turn him in and get the money.
Right.
He would create a criminal to tell on the criminal.
Build-A-Bear.
Straight up, bro. This shit is diabolical, and he's happy about it.
Wow. Last of a dying breed.
Yeah, so, you know, but nevertheless, it's a lot going on. Brick, I don't know when he go back to court. Luce Cannon, we can't find his minute orders to his thing, so I don't know.
Did you hear
That's some ill shit right there. You can't tell me that's not Wack talking about himself. So whenever this guy called him, he could relate to that shit. Cause this is what he does. He'll embrace you, act like he's doing you a favor, put you in an awkward position, and the next thing you know, you got a fucking case. This some ill shit.
Therese Mills and Munchie screaming at each other over the phone.
Yeah, I seen that. Munchie, I gotta say, Munchie was doing
go.
right.
He was on go.
No.
He was ready.
Munchie said 2-3 times, could you stay in a woman's place? I'm talking to your man.
Right.
So, at that point when you tend to go there, and I heard Munchie say, all right, you want to play his own. So I'm waiting to see. Munchie up to something. I don't know what.
She was defending the color of her bathwater pretty intensely.
No, but that came after like twice.
But I mean, she does have a good point that it could have been a bath bomb.
No, I didn't.
Like, imagine her just being so dirty that she just made the water all brown.
I don't know. I don't believe she's dirty, but I believe in that situation, Munchie and Luce was doing their thing. I believe right now, Luce Cannon is starting to understand there's certain things he can't say on that phone. Really? So he was kind of handicapped. That was a reserved Luce Cannon. You know what I'm saying? You notice you didn't hear about him, what he'd do to him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
It is weird. Okay, when I see a situation like that, or when I see stuff going on with, T-Rail be beefing with somebody and his girl's all up in the mix and shit, I'm so thankful that I got a girl who's kind of reserved.
Mine ain't doing none of that.
All she does is random guys on camera. She doesn't get involved with the beef, which I really appreciate.
Mine don't even do that.
See? Okay, there you go. Yeah. You really got the best of both worlds, yeah. Actually, no, your girl's in the beef.
Huh?
I mean, she's in the beef really just as supporting you. Like, she'll make a post about you when people are talking shit about you, and she'll celebrate you and talk about how great you are, but she doesn't get in and say, hey, fuck you, bitch ass.
And trust me, she has a mouth. She is well trained, Hunterside trenches trained. That woman could talk some crazy stuff.
Right.
She didn't pack me up before. Well, I'm looking at the phone like, did she just say that to me? I swear to God.
But you tell her that you don't want her, getting in the mix and screaming on everybody that you consider an op. You don't need that.
I've never had to tell her that. That's just her. You got to remember, this side of R&B when it comes to me is a learned thing.
Hey, Wack definitely is doing that. Too much. You said Wack trying to be cool and on Munchie's side so Munchie can run content on Sharice. That's Wack's game. When Wack is befriending someone, there is a motive behind it. He's not dealing with nobody just because. There is a purpose, and the purpose is to make someone else feel some type of way about something, especially in this YouTube world. Either he trying to get you on the side so that you can be someone to run the content for him, but it's definitely a motive, and he does it whereas though he makes it like, yeah, I fuck with you. Even if he talked about you at one point, he'll come back and act like, nah, I ain't say that because of this. I said it because of that. But we can put some shit together. And then if he gets you like that, when he flip on you, shit gonna be ill. Straight up. Boy, oh boy. He ain't playing no games, man. Wack is the worst kind, I'm telling you. You gotta watch Wack.
Thing. Her initial step is to be a certain way. Classy lady. You know what I'm saying? She was an ordained minister. She can marry people. She knows the book like the Bible like the back of her hand.
So
had her
she
own
was
church.
A minister, like
she had her own church.
In church. Wow, it must be weird for the people who used to go to her church to listen to you talk about fucking her so much.
You should see her Facebook.
Isn't a minister not supposed to have sex? Or I guess that's a priest.
You should see her Facebook. The people on there is crazy.
Really?
It's a mixed thing. You got some people like, girl, I wish I can be free and unlocked like you, look like you, having fun, enjoying. Then you got the other ones like, I can't believe you.
I could imagine, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Traditional Mississippi people probably looking at her like, whoa.
Yeah, she don't give. She don't care. But so her first step is always to be a decent woman. But she can talk, but she just understands man business, man business, man business. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So Munchie was attempting to do that. He was. I seen him.
Right.
You know what I'm
that
saying?
was crazy because as soon as, really Luce started it. Like, there was no chance of that being a civil conversation because he started screaming some peanut butter shit right away.
But see, this is what's weird.
Which now we know that everybody's getting peanut buttered.
No, I don't know nothing about that.
No, there's a lot. It's a whole thing.
This is what's
taking
weird.
over LA.
No, this was weird.
I'm a peanut butter somewhere on the streets.
Munchie was on a live in the back.
This dude's crazy.
With a few other people.
Okay.
Might have been Flacco, Remo, or something.
Okay.
And Luce called in. And it was cool.
Even with Munchie there?
Munchie was there.
Oh, okay.
So this is why I be like.
Maybe he didn't know he was there.
No, he talked to him.
Oh.
Munchie was talking, so I'd be like, but damn, y'all was just cordial.
I'm trying to tell you. See, and this was recorded before Wack went off yesterday on Act Live, right? So Wack has already, from when Luce went at Wack, he never rocked with Luce. It was a motive why he was dealing with Luce so that he can get Big U. Now, if you pay attention to it, right? Any little thing that goes on with Luce Cannon and Sharice, he's making it big because he wants to separate all the way before the trial. I want y'all to understand this, right? The trial is May 19th, right? Luce Cannon trial is scheduled the day before Big U's. Wack 100 wants to separate totally before the trial. So he's making his business to make sure that they fall out all the way. Straight up.
Back here, like what happened here?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a couple weeks ago.
But I feel like every time Munchie's been on camera, it's been with me. Mostly.
It was in the back. It was Remo. I know for sure. Munchie came in late. He was sitting behind Remo. Somebody from maybe Long Beach was in. I don't know.
Yeah, we got some Long Beach.
Yeah, it was a few people back there, and it was in the back, and it was live.
I'm going to Long Beach tomorrow and do a podcast with the Viral Way.
Oh yeah, I see that. I see.
You seen it?
They're at it
Almighty
right now.
And Brandon.
No, yeah, they're at it right now. I seen that too.
Oh man,
they're at it right now. I see what the Hispanics.
They're out here just making noise. They really
no. But here's the thing, though, right? I think everybody, especially them, and those some intelligent brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching them, right? And I salute them on what they're doing. I think they're going a long way. Shout out to the Viral Way. I respect.
That's like alternate universe figmunity, where instead of just beefing with each other, they actually are like paying attention to the news and having real conversations.
Yeah, but I think they're starting to see like, okay, Wack, don't be the one starting some of this shit. They really antagonize it, and then when I respond, Adam, when we respond, we sit back, we think about how we're gonna respond, and it's an explosion. So we respond so big, it's like we look like the bullies, like we started it. No, I'm responding, and it's crazy when I think they said something about the blacks are holding the Hispanics back in the rap.
There was another Hispanic-led podcast, which I don't actually remember the name of, and they said basically that Mexicans would be bigger in the music industry if black people weren't holding them back, that blacks like to keep them in their place.
Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the thing with that, right?
They weren't feeling that.
Here's the thing. Don't justify your weakness through our strength.
Right.
See, it's some things they're stronger at us than, in this world, right?
And since when are the black residents of Los Angeles in the music community united in any way? In fact, they have the opposite reputation, that there's constant infighting, and the gang shit makes it almost impossible for everybody to get along.
We're going to kill all that.
Okay.
We're dealing in the world of DSPs, the digital era.
Right.
Right? So when you put your music out, your fans that's to the liking of your music, they respond by your following.
And there are a lot of Mexican rappers from Southern California who have big organic fan bases.
Yeah. I watch Coyote Coyote
Not
grow,
them so much, but
no, Coyote
other people,
growing
yeah.
about 18 to 22% a quarter in their numbers.
Sure. Okay.
Now, what I'm saying is they haven't stopped. So you can cry and complain about it, or you could just keep digging at it. Now, let's be real. When we're talking rap music, God damn it, that's our culture.
Right.
That's Negro Black culture.
Look at all of the black people who helped elevate Shoreline Mafia. People like TK and all these other people who
That's
worked at
our
Atlantic,
culture,
who got
bro.
them signed, all this type of shit. It's like,
I don't care what you're talking about. That's our culture. Say what you want. That is our culture. If we stepped over there trying to do the mariachi bands,
right?
I'm pretty sure we're gonna get the same response that y'all get over here. We'll get over there.
The black
That's
community,
your culture.
Black like elder statesmen in the LA hip hop scene don't really even like support up and coming black artists. Is that's the theme that people often discuss and say that the community doesn't help each other enough in general. I don't really think it's split along racial lines. Imagine if I were trying to make that argument about white people.
Listen, when
we've
we
got
talking
essentially zero relevant white rappers in the history of LA hip hop.
But we got one of the greats, Eminem, right?
The LA.
No, yeah, LA. But here goes the thing, right?
Not LA.
Here goes the thing, right? And I'm gonna claim it. Stand-up comedy, our culture.
What?
Jazz music, our culture.
You're telling me black people invented stand-up
we
comedy?
dominate over there.
I mean, there's a lot of different segments of that.
We dominate as black people in stand-up comedy. If you ask who are the top 5, top 10, it's gonna be Negro. You may throw George, what's his name? What's our guy name? He's pretty good. He's funny. George Torres, George Lopez. Right? Other than that, bro, you ain't getting around Red Fox, Richard Pryor, goddamn, the list goes on and on.
This nigga here, boy. Hold on. I want y'all to hear this shit. Hold up, y'all. This nigga Wack just...
I just wanna, cause I'm sick of getting calls and text messages about dumb shit.
I want y'all to hear this shit, right? So, like I told y'all, right? Wack 100 went ahead and played the game, whereas though he used R&B to go ahead and do his dirty work that he really wanted to do himself, but he used her. And I'm gonna let y'all hear this shit.
Like, I am so focused on something else. And I do not entertain like low-level bullshit. Honestly, especially when it has to do with me and shit. Like, I'm just not gonna put myself in that. So I'm gonna address this one time, and after I address this, please refrain from hitting my text messages, my phone, with any of this bullshit, unless you hear it right out of a person's mouth. I'm gonna say that. Okay. So I was getting text messages about what Gigi said as it relates to old girl saying, oh, she was calling Wack crying. That's not what that was about. The boy hoodlum was, I don't know if people paid attention, but he had me online bashing me. I guess he was attacking me to get back at Wack. I don't know. But it doesn't faze me. I really don't give a fuck about any of it. I'm a civilian, and I'm going to do what Gigi did. I'm going to go and do what I need to do because I feel threatened now. I feel like my life is like, threatened. I feel like I'm in fear of my life. So, I'm a woman and I'm only like 145 pounds and I'm nervous. I can't walk outside without looking over my shoulders.
This is Wack 100's work right here. Wack made sure that he got her to go on the platform, right? And deliver this message so that she can go and go legal. This is why I tell y'all, right? You can never go play that game that Wack is trying to get you into, because he's gonna go legal. Wack ain't squabbling nobody. Wack ain't squabbling nobody. He's going to call the authorities. Straight up.
So I'm going to do what I have to do to protect myself as a civilian woman. Okay? Shout out to Gigi.
We got to shout out R&B, man. Shout out R&B, man. She had Wack call in this joint, man. Facts. We appreciate you, R&B, having Wack call in here, man. He met his match calling around here, man. You know, we not letting Wack control the room around here. That's the thing. He can play that shit with other people, but nah, we know what it is. This is why we call him out the way we do.
But anyhow, what she was addressing, or what he was addressing when he said that, was the fact that he says that we were calling Sharice talking about their, goons pretty much running my name when I have nothing to do with anything. So that's what that was about. It wasn't about me calling, crying about Wack. I'm just gonna say that. So please, if you don't hear it out of her mouth, please don't bring that to me, because I know exactly what that is, okay? So I'm gonna go because I haven't slept for 15 days, because I feel like, somebody's gonna attack me, because I'm getting multiple threats. And
she said, I haven't slept for 15 days. Do you see how she's prepping this? And they go online with it to make it loud so that it's recorded, so that everybody knows. They got witnesses. Pay attention to this shit now. This is why when Wack has a beef with somebody, right? He say, where you from? Who are you? So you can identify yourself on the internet. Wack is playing the internet different. And these jokers don't understand it, and they go over there challenging him, and all he do is use police tactics.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna drink me some coffee and take my shaking ass down to the station and do what I have to do to protect myself, so that, if I just so happen to have to pull a trigger or anything, then I'm covered. As you guys can tell, my voice is really, really, really shaky because, again, I am in fear of my life. I have not slept in 15 days because this is a bit much for me. Little old civilian me, who is a licensed and ordained minister, who often attack when I am feeling like I'm being attacked. I never attack just to be attacking people. And so I'm just gonna go back into my little old shell and take my anxiety medicine and try to drink some of this coffee so that I can get enough courage and strength to get in my car and drive down to this station as a civilian woman that I am, with 3 children, one whom is grown and 2 whom are still in the house with me. I am afraid for my life. And I just want you guys to continue to hold me and keep me in your prayers, because I'm afraid to walk outside.
Nah, this R&B right here. This is R&B. We gotta shout out R&B, man. Had Wack call in. But Wack put her up to this play. Wack put R&B up to the play so that they can do what they do. R&B gotta know Wack is working. Because when you around a woman and you start playing these police games that Wack plays when he acts like he's a gangster, I'm sure she know. I'm sure, the woman he married to know this, right? Or was married to. I'm sure she knows this. Because Wack will play so tough, but then talk about he going legal. Come on, man. That shit is a facade, right? It's to, keep people off his ass, but at the same time, to entice people to get you involved in some criminal shit.
Thank you so much. And I will not address this anymore because I am nervous and in fear of my life.
We're here for you, R&B. We're here for you. We're here for you.
I can hear the emotional distress. Yes, ma'am.
And I have to laugh to keep from crying because if you guys can see me, my eyes are bloodshot red. I have not slept all night because I've been watching my Ring cameras, and I'm afraid to go outside, you guys. I really need you guys to pray for me. This is not cool. I am so afraid for my life. I really am. And, I understand that, I am, people are trying to say that I'm with a gangster and I'm not. He's a corporate man, a good civilian.
She said Wack is a corporate man and he's a civilian. Hold up. Not Wack. Not the big Paru. No. Not the dude that says he provide Big U and all the Crips with the tools. Not him. Not the guy that was running around with loose cannon. Not the guy that was out there when the no jumper situation went down. Not him. Hold up. Not the guy that told Aaron the plumber $1,500 or get him knocked off. We'll go see your family, your mom, your kids, everybody. No, that don't sound like a civilian to me. She gotta be tweaking. Wack ain't no damn civilian. Nah, we know he working. We ain't going for that. Civilians don't operate and tell somebody $1,500 to get him knocked off. A civilian would never say nothing like that. That sound like a gangbanger to me.
Well, I don't know. I can't really speak for him because, I might be speaking out of turn, but I will not be putting Mr. Cash Jones in any of my issues or anything as a woman. I am going to stand alone and do what I need to do for myself. So you guys, please don't judge me, but I have to do what I have to do.
Oh, goodness.
And cause I love you, I always got your back.
Yeah.
I drive you down there. I be security.
Yeah, stay safe, R&B, and reach out if you need anything. That's crazy. You got to be put in a situation where you can't sleep and I would definitely, do what you got to do to stay safe. Keep your head on the swivel and, I'm praying for you. And keep it on you. But I will keep you on my prayers, but keep it on you.
Thank you.
Facts. She made sure she said Cash Jones. She made sure she said Cash Jones. Fuck saying Wack 100. She said Cash Jones is a civilian. The guy that told Aaron the plumber $1,500 or get him knocked off. We'll go see your mom, your family. Come on, man. Oh, man. The guy that told me he would enforce shit for Luce Cannon as well. I don't think there's no civilian that's claiming to be an enforcer. The shit that she trying to pull right here, come on, man.
And I will keep it on me. So I'm going to get dressed, you guys, and I'm gonna drink this coffee and take these anxiety pills. And then I'm gonna go file my report. Wow.
Do what you gotta do, Queen.
So she half crazy. She taking anxiety pills. She half crazy. Something going on. Hold up. She said she ready to take this anxiety shit, and she want to make sure in case she got to do something that she reported. How the fuck they letting her have a strap taking anxiety pills? They might need to check into that shit. She running around taking that kind of medication with the biscuit? Hold the fuck up. And you want to act like just because you announcing this shit that it's okay? Hold up, man. Whoa.
We here for you.
Prayers up, Queen. Prayers up.
Protect the Queen at all costs.
The Queen of what? Protect the Queen at all costs. Hold up. Man, if y'all was gonna go file something, go file it. Y'all making content and Wack 100 been stirring shit up the whole time. See, that's why I told the young boy, don't go fucking with Wack. Straight up. I told the young boy, don't go fucking with Wack. He gonna play dirty. Straight up. That's why I told Wack, I ain't playing those type of games, my guy. Not at all. I ain't gonna let you trick me out of my spot. No. You get to playing with Wack the way he portrays to be, your ass going to jail. I'm telling you that right now. If you play with Wack 100 the way that he portrays to be, your ass is going to jail. And he using R&B to play this game. Come on now. To make it look like, man, I ain't do nothing. That's my woman. She a civilian. This is his game, man. Man, I see through all this shit.
Not cool.
That's not cool.
But I want to say this, right? By Wack getting her to push the line, right? And trust and believe, she gonna push the line, right? Because this Joker is tweaking out for the content. I told him he can't move off of emotions. Dude ain't want to listen to me. He's so focused on, worried about saying I'm with Wack. You ain't paying attention that they gonna line your dumb ass up, right? So she's going to push the line. We already know he threatened Gigi. She pushing the line, right? So what's gonna happen is it's gonna be looked at as if Luce Cannon is running the organization from jail, right? Because he keep talking about my team, and these dudes is about to be involved in another situation. Boy, I see it coming.
Also, I did hear in the state of Nevada that it is illegal to record people without their consent, and that you can press charges. So, you know. This is sad, guys. But I have to go and...
You have to do what you gotta do as a civilian.
Out to law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know, gonna hold you. The way you sounding, I think you need one in the chamber. You gotta stay ready.
You gotta stay ready, yes, ma'am. I think I will because I do have, CCW, I can, conceal and carry loaded guns. Yes, ma'am. Keep one in the chamber and keep that mode off safety. Make sure it's ready to ring.
In the block.
These thugs just be
guys, I'm really afraid.
Just thugs, just a grown thug coming after the civilian woman, just thugging it out, saying all kind of debauchery and everything else is crazy, but won't even say this to the men. But y'all be coming for these women. You know, R&B, a little tiny thing, little delicate thing from the South, and you over here just being ignorant. You know what you're doing?
And I could see, Darius, if I was, picking at people and all of that, but I'm not doing anything but promoting my beauty products on Instagram and encouraging my man and, rooting for my team. I don't do anything. I'm really just laid back and full of positivity, love, and light.
I tell you, when people get with these jokers, they always want to be just like them, right? Like Sharice, she wants to be just like Luce Cannon. R&B wants to be just like Wack, right? And what she's doing is talking about her team now. Now it's my team. Wack's famous line is my team. Now she's saying what she want to do for her team. Everybody talks about their team dealing with Wack. But when shit get hectic, it's all about Wack. It ain't about the team. Because Wack said he kept half of the team back. Now, you at odds with these jokers now.
And I really don't understand why I'm being attacked and targeted.
You're really a role model, the epitome of what a woman should be. Like, a lot of us look up to you. So, for the positive things that you do. And, so, I just can't fathom why anyone would want to come for you like this.
And I was definitely about to go cop my bundles from R&B Beauty. Thank you. So if any of you guys, I have clips and everything of that guy, Maurice Hood, aka Hoodlum, coming after me. If you guys have any extra clips, I only have a couple. Can you please send them to my Instagram? Pretty please. I really would appreciate it. Everything, any little thing would help. Like any piece of content that you guys have, including the content where he threatened another woman last night. If you guys could please send them to my DM, my Instagram, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. I need as much as I can for my case.
In the block.
Not being able to sleep, man, that's a lot.
She didn't put the word out to send anything to her DM about this guy going left. They not playing, man. Hey, listen. What? Dude wasn't paying attention. I done told people several times, you cannot go at Wack with violence. These dudes talking about, when I see Wack, I'm gonna beat him up and all that shit. Nigga, you dumb. Wack 100 is not the person that you want to publicly say that about. Because the shit that he acts like, the code that he's supposed to be standing by, he doesn't stand by. He gonna tell him you said this shit. He gonna line you the fuck up.
And I know you over there watching the grandbaby. It's hard enough trying to get some sleep.
And still having to be the strong suit for your cubs, that's a lot. That's a lot.
I don't even know how you talking straight right now with that. Like just a lack of sleep, child. That would be delusional.
No, she got a little tremble in her voice. I'm really shaking. I was supposed to go get my facial today. And And I can't even go. I can't even drive.
The fact that you aren't in tears shows your strength, Queen.
Thank you so much.
Yo!
My gosh. May the peace of the Lord be wrapped around you, brother.
Can we say a prayer for the Queen real quick? In Jesus' name.
Hold on, I can call and pray for her individually. I'm not wasting my good prayers. I'm sorry. R&B, I'll call you and pray for you on the back end, bro. I ain't praying in front of these folks sitting motherfuckers. Y'all ready to put y'all get in my
me?
Yo!
You can't let everybody, we from the South, you can't let everybody pray for you. Some people pray over you.
What you gonna say? Yeah.
Oh, that part.
Yeah, you know some motherfucker looking for a problem. I'm cool. I pray for you. I'll call you R&B, bro.
Yo! I'm telling you, man. Boy, oh boy. Wack is a crafty joker. And a lot of these people, they playing with this dude and they just don't understand. Wack get on there with a straight face and act like he never worked with them people. He get on there with a straight face and stand behind that he ain't working. The shit is self-explanatory. But I'm hoping that Wack call in and get that information over here at SBGB TV, man. Let the people over here hear it first, Wack. We know what it is, man. You know, we already view you a certain way over here, Wack. So we know you working. So it ain't going to change the view. We know what it is. Just let us get the news first, Wack. Fuck it, man. Don't give it to nobody else. We want to put it out right here that you working, man. Straight up. You working. We want to put this shit out. God damn. Wack is ill. Wack is ill, man. Ill. Hey, listen. He's ill, man. I don't know why people still challenge him publicly on the internet on some beef shit. Everybody around this nigga goes to jail. Everybody. And you want to play with that nigga? What? What? We ain't seen one joker that really tried to go to war with him that didn't have a case. Nigga, you getting the case, nigga. Hold up. And then Wack gonna come right back on the internet and talk filthy after you get the case. So hopefully you respond while you got this case. This shit's ill. Man. But I tell y'all, this is why Wack don't challenge me like that. Because I'm playing by civilian rules. You start threatening me, I'm going to go that way. See, and I told him that. You start threatening me, you know, that's where we going at with it. And I already got Wack on audio sending the threat. You feel me? I got him on audio already. So that's the good thing. Yeah, I got the audio, nigga. Yeah. You talking about you'll send somebody to see me. Hold up. I'm glad I got that. Now, I'm going to let you live, right? I ain't going to take it to the extent unless you fuck around and continue. You know, I'm just holding that as a strike against you. In case I gotta, you know, report that. You know what I'm saying? That's all, you know. You over there, I'm over here. You know what I'm saying? Let me do me, you do you. Now, if you want to play the game, I got to do what I got to do now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. You don't bother me, I ain't gotta do what I gotta do. You feel what I'm saying? So, I let him know that. Yeah, long as you won't bother me, I'm cool. If I see anything fishy going on, I got to send the documents in. Then I feel threatened for my life. You know what I'm saying? So, the only way to play Wack's game is to play Wack's game his way. That's it. You can't think you gonna play some old street shit with Wack. That's your ass. I'm gonna tell you like that right now. Straight up. You think you gonna play a street back and forth with Wack, you might well go knock on the FBI door and say, man, I'm going to war with Wack. When y'all coming to pick me up? Straight up. If you play a street beef game with Wack 100, go knock on the FBI's door and say, do y'all have any idea when y'all coming to get me? Straight up. You can't fuck with they own now. I try to tell the Joker that. But you ain't got to listen to me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to listen to me. All I'm going to do is say, I told you. That's it. That's all. I'm telling nigga, I told you. Because Wack playing a different game. Wack is playing a character. He's playing a character, but he on duty out this motherfucker, man. Y'all think it's a game. Yeah, go ahead and fuck with him, I be hearing some of these niggas talking about, yeah, man, I ain't gonna stop till I beat Wack up. Yeah, all right. You think you gonna do something to Wack, you going to jail. You think you gonna do something to him and then you publicly talking about it, you going to jail, man. And Wack is gonna call 911, man. You see what happened with Big U. Wack reported that shit ASAP. You hear me? And you know what the feds did? All they did was use Big U telling somebody to publicly make it be known. Wack 100 reported that shit that happened in the parking garage. Damn right. Scared to death. Come on, man. Scared to death. He reported that. Had to let niggas know what it is. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wack had to let niggas know what it is, man. We all know. He had to let niggas know what it is. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. 1 minute. What's going on, man?
They kicked me out the room. I went on the Clubhouse. I haven't been there in a hot minute, probably months. I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 6, over 6 months. They kicked me out the fucking room. I'm sending you the fucking text message right now. I fucking raised my hand so I can speak. They didn't even let me speak. The room is so fucking boring and fucking calm the fuck down. As soon as I started talking, I was like, yo, is Fat back somewhere around?
And they kicked you out.
Yo, they kicked me the fuck out the room.
Oh, shit get real.
Word. I was like, yo, people's looking for him. Yo, where's Fatback? I swear on, look, I'm gonna send you the text right the fuck now. Right, I swear on my life.
Send me the text.
I'm gonna send it to you right the fuck now. Sending you the whole fucking shit right the fuck now. Watch. And ain't nobody responds to me. I just sent it to RM too. RM, let them know. RM, I just sent it to him on Instagram. I'm gonna send it to you right now on Instagram.
I appreciate you calling in, man.
All right, love.
All right. Yeah. But you better not play with Wack and think it's a joke, because Wack ain't playing fair. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
ChatGPT, let's see what it's got to say. Top 10 current stand-up comics.
keeps going.
Yeah,
and
we get
keeps
it.
going.
Blocks, dope.
Some of them old dudes would have probably got the tripping.
Maybe.
Some of them triple OGs would have got the tripping.
I feel like they might have been like, oh, f it, he's here.
No,
he's here. Let's do it. They would have put me on the spot.
TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name. Where you calling in from?
Hey, SB, how you doing, bro?
What's going on, my guy?
It's Jay from the East Coast.
What's going on, my guy?
Hey, man, I tell you, man, Wack, he's pretty crafty, man. I mean, he operates at a high level.
Of course.
And he's been knocking him down. So, I mean, he's been deliberate.
Yeah, man. Wack is past proven reliable.
Yeah, but how do you think about that no jumper? You think they're gonna give him a pass on that?
You said
on that no jumper situation.
Oh, indictment's coming. We gonna see. Wack gonna tell everything. He gonna try to get out of it, but I don't think he gonna be able to. But it's coming.
Hey, but he's one of a kind, man. I've been watching him. He's definitely one of a kind.
Definitely.
All right, SB, be cool, bro.
Appreciate it, my brother.
Later.
Yeah, he's definitely one of a kind. Yeah, we gotta give it that. You hear me? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got it, Mary. Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't have wanted you there. And that would have gave them a reason to really speak their mind.
Well, we didn't even get a chance to talk about the fact that 4 Extras couldn't help. He's like a bee to honey.
Bro, I told him.
He had to go to the hood day.
I told him, bro. I told him that day. I got it on my phone.
I don't want to laugh at my friend getting locked up, but at a certain point, you got to be like, all right, bro.
What did I say?
This is ridiculous.
I said on that podcast, I said, bro, it's a setup. They let you out before your hood day. They tried to give you the 180. Your attorney got the 150. You did half of that. They let you out because they know you're going to violate. They're going to max you out. Don't go.
The clip of us talking about it has like 250,000 views, so you can't even say like, oh, maybe he just didn't see us talking about it. And it's not like we were the only ones.
He wasn't going to go.
People from his hood were insisting to him that he not go, and he still wasn't able to stop himself.
That's a fact. Listen, not only did I talk to him, right?
Yeah.
I said, yo, bro, don't. He told me he wasn't going to go, right? I called Baby Runner. I said, Baby Runner, I can't be the only one in his ear.
Yeah.
Y'all from his neighborhood. He said, Wack, I've been telling him every day. You see where I'm at, right? So I called Pee Wee. But he don't count because he all in the video talking about why y'all messing with that black man.
Oh, he was in the video.
Yeah, he in the video talking about why y'all Pee Wee, you on some BS, right? Stop. But she got mad because suspect was right.
What?
She called her cousin. That was in the feds. It was a question about something about the feds. And the cousin answered in favor of suspect. Listen, there's nothing wrong with having sex with a 19-year-old.
That's true, but when you're doing it on camera, at least I feel somewhat protected. If you're having freaky BDSM relationships with random 19-year-old OnlyFans girls, that might not necessarily be the best for business.
I think
he stepped down from ESPN.
No, I think that I just said that a couple hours ago. I think that where he went wrong at is he was falling into this. He was dealing with them young girls like that because he always wanted to feel dominant. Right? He wanted that dominant role, right?
You don't need to say anything to explain to me why a man would want to fuck a 19-year-old hot OnlyFans girl. This is like human desire.
No, what I'm saying is though, is this, right?
19, little young.
What I'm saying is people gotta understand, you could be mid-stroke and when she says no, if you take 5 more pumps, that's a rape.
True.
They even have marital. Just because that's your wife don't mean you can do it when you want to do it. With me, the word no is like a fuse box.
It's like a gong going off.
Everything shuts off.
Yeah. No, that's how you have to treat it for sure. But let's keep in mind, it's not like there's video recordings of the average sexual experience. So it's like these lines all get blurred and it's super easy for a girl to say that.
No,
shit.
that text message is crazy.
Yeah. Well, but
I told you to wear rubber. I told you not to put it in my... And I told you no several times. And he responds, we'll talk about it later. And then the audio of it'll be and I think he was just that they were playing. It'll be a big black dude choking a little white woman. So you put those together, and it's starting to look crazy. Put those together with
one thing about Wack, right? He knows everything about anybody else's situation. He knows the details, why they shouldn't have did this, how he views it. But if somebody breaks down what we see of him, he'll tell you, why would it be that? Why? It can't be that. Man, this is what we seeing in front of us. Like, this shit here with Luce Cannon that done fell out, this shit going left. And it just got started.
With Disney.
Right.
It's starting to look crazy.
Yeah, Disney ain't going for that.
Yeah, and I think with her, where she screwed up at was, he offered her $10 million, right?
Crazy. That's way too much.
No, but I'm gonna tell you why. She screwed up. He offered her $10 million because he knew he had this $100 million play coming, right? So what she does is come at him with the $50 million and exposes it. Now that you had exposed it, he ain't gonna get the $100 million to be able to give you the $10 million. Nevertheless, the $50 million. She should have let him close the $100 million deal and then came at him. So you screwed him and screwed yourself.
Right.
He's not going to even have the 10 to give to you now.
She might not have the best business sense given that she's like 20.
She should have let him close the $100 million deal.
But she's tapped in with Busby, who's apparently some sort of goat at these things.
We wasn't a goat with shit. Our goat out-goated his ass.
Well, he failed with
Shout out Jigga.
Yeah.
Right? 444, best album in the world.
But Busby does have a lot of scalps. He's put in a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think they jumped the gun. They should have let him close that deal before exposing these things. At least get paid something up front.
But you know that this is easy ammunition for anybody who looks at the game and says, "Look what they did to R. Kelly. Look what they did to Jay-Z, or what they attempted to do to Jay-Z." I mean, the powers that be that want to basically strike down powerful black men. Shannon Sharpe easily fits into the mold that a lot of people
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be real. This is my I've been like really studying that. The more power you get, the more position you get, the more business you do, the simpler you have to be.
Yeah. A lot of truth to that. That's why all those Diddy
as
sex
that
parties
goes up, you have to dumb yourself down.
And that's why the Diddy party thing, like he gets so successful that his sex parties just keep getting crazier and crazier. Jay-Z had the right mentality. Is like you get way more low key as you become a billionaire.
Jay-Z ass would be. He would Beyonce. If he show up to the damn party, he's showing up to the party with Beyonce.
Yeah.
But ain't nobody gonna say they left with Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? I believe in bringing sand to the beach.
Yeah.
You just gotta have something that's universal sand. Like, you know, some of y'all are stuck with what you stuck with because you've been with her for years and things have changed because she got comfortable. I'm bringing sand to the beach, bro. That's it. I'm like, you're not finna say no.
And that's why every time it creeps into my mind, like maybe I should have my own OnlyFans and I should just fuck random girls and sell that content. And then I remember that because my wife is there every single time I shoot content, it basically is like a safety blanket that protects me from having to deal with, you know, potential vengeful, insane, psychotic women that might want to accuse me of whatever because I've got Lena there as a hall monitor. And
shit, that don't make you have no safety blanket. If somebody want to accuse you, they accuse you and her. Being for real, that shit ain't no safety blanket. That shit just puts another person there that they might want to go at.
Someone who can basically like be there to say, no, this didn't happen. And as well as like the other employees, the filmer, etc. But you know, there's just too much risk associated with it when you're just fucking random women. And especially like her, she's got no skin in the game. She's not famous. You're such an easy come up for someone like Shannon Sharpe. But did you see that he, I guess, paid off some sum of like a couple $100,000 to a ESPN employee or cameraman that he choked out at one point? So
It sounds to me like he's into this BDSM.
My concern, but that's not BDSM. If you're just choking a random person on the job. But all I'm saying,
he choked on the job.
I think so. I don't want to fall. I don't want to fall for the Busby propaganda machine that may or may not be in effect here, because this is what they do. They charge you with something, and then they trickle out more and more bad news every day afterwards. A slow drizzle, I believe, until your reputation is in the dirt. I don't want to fall for that, but it does appear that maybe this has been a problem for him for a while.
I believe right now Shannon should just, I gave this advice to Puffy, he didn't take it. Shannon should just step out with his boyfriend and let people know I'm bisexual, but this is who I'm with, and every now and then.
This nigga just said he gave that advice to Puffy. Wack 100 just said he gave this advice to Puffy. Come on, man. We all know Puffy switch hitting, but I don't think Puffy taking any advice from Wack 100 at all.
And I experienced my wild side.
You think he's a zest monster?
I definitely think he's bisexual.
Why do you think that? Just because his pants fit weird or whatever? That one meme?
His mannerisms. His mannerisms, and I think he's bisexual. I mean, and
but you're not basing that on anything besides just the fact that
I thought I would never say.
He looks weird sometimes.
I'm gonna say something I thought I would never say.
Sure.
But I gotta keep it real. I listened to Tasha K the other day. Her take on Shannon.
She had a good one.
And she broke down how he takes, first it was the stylist to the basketball games. Now he's taking the cameraman without a camera places. They both got their little boy bags going on. And he made he's never out with women like that. He's always, he's taking, it ain't like he's taking his team, it's like these people, and they seem a little zesty. And he slipped. You got the content, right? Because I got the content.
What content? We got the work?
I got the work.
What?
That's a fact.
Sex tape. Gay sex tape?
You want the work?
Sure. Send me the gay sex tape.
No. This right here.
Oh.
Ain't no getting out of this. And this is right here. Tasha K, this was good content. I think I kind of became first time I watched her content like this, but this.
Wack always trying to befriend somebody, knowing damn well he said he did something with Tasha K, and Tasha K don't fuck with him. But now he a fan of her. He think that, when he want to turn on the switch and publicly act like he fuck with somebody that he talked to, that there is going to make somebody say, okay, well, yeah, I fuck with you too. Man, ain't nobody falling for that shit, man. Ain't nobody falling for that.
This shit is diabolical.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident.
Hold on, where's it at? This is diabolical, bro.
Okay.
1-0, I know where it's at. Perfect 1. Okay.
You may forget some things, but you don't slip up and say things like this.
When Unc say he want to date younger men, they kill me. What they say? What the women? What? Yeah, when I say I want to date younger women, what I said? Oh, when I want to date.
See, this how this works, bro. When I go to talking about soul food,
that was
what's
a Freudian
good?
Slip right there.
Look, what's good when I go to talking about soul food, right? Because I don't eat like pig feet, chitlins, and hog maws.
You said you don't eat meat in general.
No, I don't. But even when I was like, I don't eat those things when it comes to the soul food, right? I'm never gonna be like, yo, what's bomb? Chitlins. I'm never gonna say, because my mind doesn't register that.
Let's play that back. Let's play that back.
This was good content.
Let's play that back.
I think I kind of became first time I watched her content like this, but this shit is diabolical.
KRMTA, what's going on, my guy?
Hold on, where's it at? This is diabolical, bro.
Okay.
1-0, I know where it's at. Perfect 1. Okay.
You may forget some things, but you don't slip up and say things like this.
When Unc say he want to date younger men, they kill me. What they say? What the women? What? Yeah, when I say I want to date younger women, what I said? Oh, when I want to date.
See, this how this works, bro. When I go to talking about soul food,
that was
what's
a Freudian
good?
Slip right there.
Look, what's good when I go to talking about soul food, right? Because I don't eat like pig feet, chitlins, and hog maws.
You said you don't eat meat in general.
No, I don't. But even when I
So Shay slipped up when he date younger men.
was like, I don't eat those things when it comes to the soul food, right? I'm never gonna be like, yo, you know what's bomb? Chitlins. I'm never gonna say, because my mind doesn't register that.
You know what's bomb?
That. Listen, you're weird.
I'm just not going to say that by accident, though. You're right. Yeah.
You're weird.
Well, I was
right?
saying it for.
But he said
there. Yeah.
He said they're talking about Tracy Ellis who dates younger men. He said, but you know, when I'm talking about himself, want to date younger men, for your mind to register and say you want to date younger men. That's part of your mental, bro. You're in that lane. I agree with her. I gotta agree with her, bro. I gotta agree with her. We ran the content on the Hunter side, and I'm like, yo, you doing something. I believe he's bi. I don't think he's all the way. I believe he's bi.
Well, given how these things normally go,
I think for every 7 women he's with, he got 3 dudes.
Oh, that's a pretty solid ratio, though.
I don't know nothing about
that's not even really gay.
Being solid. I mean, I don't know what you talking.
If you're fucking women 70% of the time, that's not gay.
No, any acts with man on man is gay.
Okay, fine. All right, I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you gonna do, bro, when your little one gets big enough to go to a school and in a classroom where the other little crazy little kids understand where her dad's on YouTube saying this kind of shit?
She's gonna have to stand on business.
Oh, we might be employed. What's the dude that's finna fight nephew?
Suspect, send him to work with her?
No, the other dude.
Brandon
might not start.
Maybe he's looking for a gig. Hey, you want to take my kid to school and stand there every day?
Do you not remember the type of kids that were in class at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade?
Yeah, no, they were pretty year old is really gonna.
He said 6 to 14. So I'm gonna say this.
That's a long time. That's almost a decade.
No, I'm gonna say he owns it and stands up on it, stands up to it. Now, I'd seen his rant about Kendrick.
Right.
He said Kendrick can't rap. Right?
Yeah. It's a little extreme.
He said Kendrick can't rap.
And Tyler.
And he said Top Dog has the same birthday as Hitler. 420. Okay.
1 in 365 chance.
Right. But here's the thing, right? I don't believe Kendrick is going to respond to Ye's rants until Ye delivers a song of substance that challenges Kendrick. He's gonna totally ignore him.
Yeah, I don't think Kendrick is notoriously almost impossible to bait into these sort of exchanges.
He's gonna totally ignore.
He was happy to do it with Drake
because
that's
now
Drake is of sound mind.
Well, that was that's like, okay, if I do this with Drake, there's a possibility I can up my level in the game.
I think Kanye wants that challenge. He wants Kendrick to diss him. He wants Tyler to diss him because he wants to do battle with the GOATs.
He has to deliver a song or Kendrick's gonna ignore him.
Maybe. But I feel like the likelihood of if Kanye drops a song where he disses Kendrick, it almost seems kind of unlikely that people are even going to pay attention to it at this point.
No, if it's a hard song, Kendrick is taking all fades. But if it's just some shit like, what is he talking about? He's going to go on about his business.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing about Kendrick too is that if Kanye drops a song tomorrow dissing him, actually, I can almost guarantee this even just based on what Kanye has already said. If Kendrick, next time he drops an album, which for all we know could be a year, 2 years from now, he doesn't seem like he's ever in a rush to drop a project. For sure, I think he'll have bars referencing Kanye, even just based off of the stuff that he said recently. But
Kanye just going off too right now. He talking about any and everybody, you know. We all know they done put Kanye in the mental institute, then made sure they put that shit, whatever they want to put in them jokers. And, you know, Kanye on a mission like, whoever say something, I'm going at him. I don't care about nobody.
Kendrick notoriously will always make you wait.
I believe also, you know, the fact that he may have got wind that Jay-Z is considering selling Kendrick part of his old catalog might have pissed him off.
selling part of Jay-Z's own catalog to Kendrick?
Part of Kanye. You know, Jay-Z owns some of it.
He wants to sell some of that to
He's considering selling, and Kendrick was thinking of was
so Kendrick's in the market for buying part of Kanye's catalog.
Yeah, his catalog. And I think he might have got wind of that.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, you know. So, but I mean, that's not on Kendrick.
But do you think
you know what I'm saying? I mean, is that Kendrick's fault that somebody offering him?
No,
I don't think
that's
Kendrick
not even
was
like a
tripping
personal
it.
thing. Like,
But I think now Kendrick just might take Jay-Z up on that deal, bro.
Yeah, that's a W for sure. That's a W.
He might just do it now because that's how you win some without saying nothing.
Whenever I see anti-Drake narratives or anti-Ye narratives on social media now, it seems like
you know that's Wack's game. The same people he had war with, when he feel that it's leverage for him to side with him about something, it's like he's doing that. And anybody that, you know, knows this shit, that's the worst time to fuck with him. Cause he gonna turn on you quick as he motherfucking act like he wanted to fuck with you.
very, very likely in almost every case that these are being astroturfed by bots and like created by agencies that both artists have hired to basically force narratives out against the other people. Like when I'm seeing all these posts about Kendrick's tour not selling out, my brain immediately alarms go off. Like this is a campaign. There's an agency that has been paid to push these anti-Kendrick
Is that what they're
narratives.
saying? I haven't been following that.
I think they both got bot armies. That seems pretty obvious to me.
Oh, they said it's not selling out?
It's not even like expensive. It's like you can pay an agency, you know, $30,000 a month and they're going to go crazy on social media, creating fan accounts and shit to basically push negative narratives about the other side.
That's crazy. Yo, you called me about a dude earlier. I don't know who he was.
A dude.
Go Yayo.
Oh, well, I wanted to let
No,
you
but
know.
listen,
Yeah.
I know, no, look, I didn't know who the hell he was, right? So I went to his Instagram, still didn't know who he was. Went to his social media. Yo, dude got some fire ass music, bro.
No, yeah, he kills it.
No,
But you know, he's kind of blacklisted from the industry because he's Sauce Walker's op.
Who?
Sauce Walker.
Well, we need to do some business. Blacklisted he got a song that I played 8 times in a row. Gutter music. That shit is crazy.
No, yeah, he's super talented, but he's kind of worked his way into this position where he's Sauce Walker's op, and Sauce Walker has such a stranglehold on Texas that Go Yayo feels like he's basically not getting the opportunities that he should get out there.
No disrespect to Texas. Go Yayo. Texas is a drop of the bucket when we talking about the world. DSPs cover the world.
He's supposed to be here in like 20 minutes.
This ain't 1990, bro, where you need your backyard, right? We can put your backyard on the green screen and put you in Dallas, Texas, Fort Worth, whatever the hell we want you to be. Dude is hard.
No, he is hard.
I respectfully, I'd never heard of him. You hit me, boom, boom, boom. I said, let me see who.
Bull better not fuck with Wack. You hearing, right? He better not fuck with Wack. Wack, get him under contract. He going back to jail. Straight up. Wack could get his ass under contract and he'd be back in jail. Because the dude just got out. And you see how Wack will put it out there when he trying to do something? Yo, dude is hard. Yeah. You need to come see me. The world is big. Man, he better not. Straight back to jail.
Who he is.
For the record, I hit him.
You in the group text, I was like, yo, I'm like, dude, it's hard.
Chat. The reason why I hit Wack up was to say, Go Yayo rolls around with people from this hood. I just want to make sure you know so that you are prepared for any potential mingling.
No,
that
but
could take
that
place.
you know they was from the but that particular tribe. You know, I've been intermingling with them for shit.
Right. I just
30
wanted you to
years,
know.
40 years. You know what I mean? Shout out to the A gang.
Okay, as long as we're talking Kendrick, how do you feel about him leaving our boy Dodie 6 for dead? Forcing him to take whippets and drive his car into other people's cars.
He left him for dead. See, this is why people don't want to help people, because you help somebody, then they blame you for what they didn't do.
Yeah, pretty much.
I talked to Dodie 6. He called me the other day.
Yeah, he's been
live.
calling me a lot too.
I talked to him.
I gotta start picking
He told me he was like tripping out. He lost a bunch of things, and he said he got a DP. He said
his downfall. So until he streamer in Russia,
I broke this dude's shit.
What'd you do?
We had an after party, and we were like 3 floors down. And we get there, we got to do an hour. We're on a game tour, and dude come bring me a mic. I said, nah, we just here to host, no songs, you know, game. After that hour, I got to rest his vocal cords, you know what I'm saying, for the next show.
No, yeah.
And dude was like, bro, stop playing like that. That shit ain't cool.
I know.
Right.
Just kidding.
Dude came and said, I said, nah, we're not doing no songs. And he was like, he started beating his chest. What? You gonna do songs for me or else? And I fired. The instincts in me, I get off. Now my band is all older dudes, but one of them is an ex-con, my boy Eddie, right? Eddie played the drums. He from VNG, but he older, you won't be able to tell, right? So we in an all-out brawl. 3-4 stories down in a Russian brothel type shit. Beds floating around, some crazy shit going on, right? We gotta fight our way up back to the van. Get out of there. We get to the hotel. The hotel's a 1-floor hotel, and you gotta like put all your shit to him like a.
Wack took off running. Come on, Wack. You saying you was in an all-out brawl? You took off running, right?
Bear belt to even get in, man. My baby mama, I put the mattress on the floor. I called the airport. Airport didn't open up till 6 in the morning, so I couldn't go over there early. Flight don't leave till 8:39, so I just know they booked the rooms. I know they coming to get me. I know they finna come. All I'm thinking about is some Rambo shit. I'm gonna be in a cave 5 hours. They let me up out of there, and about 2 years ago, I get a call from 6ix9ine. Hey, Wack, what up? I got somebody want to talk to you. Who? Who does he put on the phone? The dude I fired on. He's in Russia.
He was in better spirits at this point?
He was like, yo, bro, man, I want to do some more business with you. You know, it was my bad. I'm like, you won't get me back over there, pal. But, you know, when we're Americans, when you leave the country, you're no longer in America.
Right.
The rules we know may be a little different over there, and you fall up under their jurisdiction as if they fall up under our jurisdiction. When you leave here, you need to be on your best behavior. Don't go to Dubai playing with no marijuana, playing with no drugs, cussing, all that. They'll lock your ass up.
Yeah, when I think about it, like,
Yeah,
I've been to China a couple times, and I've been to Russia, and definitely we were going out and getting drunk and being ignorant as because it feels like there's no laws in some of these places. But when I think about it, until they get you. Yeah. Now, luckily, we weren't live streaming our crimes.
Let me tell you the scariest part about going to jail in another country.
Well, I mean, Vitaly right now is surrounded by people who speak Filipino. That's gotta really suck.
For
3 people per bed.
Now you know how a Mexican feel being in our county jail in a cell with all black and white dudes, right?
Well, they speak English for the most part. Well,
no, when you get
real
like a paisa, but this is the scariest part about going to jail in another country. You don't even know how to use the damn phone.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
You know what I'm saying? Like you simple stuff like that. And then when the food come, you don't know what know what I'm saying? You can't really communicate with nobody in there. They don't understand what you're saying.
They could be plotting on you right in front of your face.
Straight up.
And what are you going to do? And the whole thing about it, too, is that Vitaly, like, no...
Always capping, man. Always capping. You know, Wack always got a story. And it's always some bullshit, man. Straight up. It's always some bullshit. Like, hold up, man. Let me see.
When it comes to the legal...
Yeah. I'm like, man. I don't be going for it. When Wack be talking, we always say, yeah, he capping. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck all that. You had a lot of spice to the story. You had a lot of spice to the motherfucking story, man. See everything you know. Let's see. I want to see what they say here, y'all. We want to see what they say here. Hold up. Let's see what they say about Shay Shay, man. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video, man. I appreciate all y'all. Hit that like button for me.
on April 20th, claiming that he raped her twice in October of 2024 and once in January of 2025. And the sexual assault allegations are incredibly disturbing, that this purportedly happened while she was crying and begging for him to stop. This unidentified Jane Doe also claims that he recorded her without her consent, that he shared those videos with others, that he even threatened her. And I'm going to get into a new response that we haven't even talked about yet in just a minute, but it wasn't just the lawsuit that was shocking. No, it was also the events that transpired afterwards. Because what happens? Sharp released a statement on his Instagram.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown.
And he claims that Jane Doe's attorney, Tony Busby, is targeting black men because we know that Tony Busby previously sued Sean Combs, Jay-Z, Deshaun Watson, claims that he believes that her side is going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape, and apparently he encouraged them, just release the whole thing, provide the whole context. Apparently he revealed her name and also the name that she goes by when she purportedly uses or presents on OnlyFans. And overall, he and his team have been adamant that everything that happened between the two of them was consensual. And to prove that, his side released a plethora of text messages seemingly between Sharp and this Jane Doe. For example, as reported by TMZ, there's one apparent message from October 2023 where Jane Doe seemingly messages Sharp, "I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're bleeping me." Okay, you fill in the blank. The NY Post reporting on other messages allegedly from Jane Doe, like, "Tie me up and do bad things to me." Now, Busby responded and said that these messages are from before the alleged assaults, and really a woman can say yes 99 times, but that one time she says no, that's all that matters. And in that vein, by the way, an audio clip was released by Tony Busby, or seemingly by him and his side, capturing the voice of a woman whom attorneys identify as the woman suing Shannon Sharp, telling him not to manipulate her. And then you hear a man's voice, resembling Shannon Sharp's, can be heard saying, "If you say that word one more time, I'm gonna bleep and choke the bleep out of you when I see you." And the woman, allegedly, Jane Doe in this case, then can be heard saying she does not want that, while the voice resembling Shannon Sharp responds, "Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter." Then, Shannon Sharp, and we talked about this on a previous sidebar, decided to temporarily step away from his job at ESPN's First Take. And Sharp's statement that was posted to his Instagram account on April 24th says in part, quote, "The relationship in question was 100% consensual. At this juncture, I am electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I will be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with false and disruptive allegations against me. I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason." A lot of money at stake in this case. And by the way, talking money, actually talking about how to get money back, let me tell you real quick about Upside, our amazing partner and sponsor. So, this situation, and we agree with Shannon's decision to step away. But it was reported from outlets like Us Weekly that just hours later, Sharp showed up at the NFL draft in Wisconsin and recorded an episode of his Nightcap podcast with Chad Ochocinco Johnson. Although they didn't talk anything about the allegations, it was interesting he made that appearance. Now, we have some more statements and responses that we haven't gotten into previously on other episodes of Sidebar, but we're going to get into...
No, he ain't paid $50K for the BBL, RM. Damn. She said that wasn't enough. Boy, these bulls, man.
Now, but before we do that, I want to bring on Dan Lust, sports attorney, host of the Conduct Detrimental podcast, and professor at New York Law School. Dan, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Jesse, good to see you as well. The story, as you would expect, is front page news in our world. So certainly happy to break it down with you.
I know. When it broke, we wanted you on immediately. We haven't talked about it. Your overall thoughts on everything that I laid out so far, and we'll get into more specifics. I know we're going to get into a little bit about what Stephen A. Smith had to say, because we presented a little bit of his response in our last episode, but he has a much fuller response that we'll get into. So putting Stephen A. Smith to the side, just your overall thoughts on what you're seeing here.
Yeah, so this is a dynamic story involving a sports media personality, and we're seeing the case litigated through the media. So every day we have something new, and as I think you and I kind of exchanged some thoughts briefly last week, this was an evolving story, and I figured there would be an update this week, and obviously it's still somewhat unfolding. But on big picture, we have Tony Buzbee, who is no stranger to high-profile cases involving people in the sports and entertainment realm. And then we have, I guess, a character from the past, Lanny Davis, the attorney for Shannon Sharp. So anytime you see kind of two high-profile lawyers on either side, I start kind of dissecting the lawyer beats in the conversation. So a lot to unpack, and certainly no shortage of legal tactics in the media to kind of look at here.
I said this before, I'll say it again. It feels like the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni strategy. Litigate this in the media, right? Especially when you have a high-profile individual like this, because you're not only battling this in the court of law, you're battling this in the court of public opinion. I'm not saying you should do this, but what I think is we're seeing is if you put enough out there, it could create a situation where Jane Doe might drop her suit. If people start siding with Shannon Sharp, if he presents text messages, it's getting quite ugly before there's some sort of protective order or gag order put in place by the court. What do you make of this strategy to litigate this for everyone to see?
This is the weird part, and I'll also add to that. Like, there's a little bit coming from here, a little bit coming from here, and if you kind of create a circus about a story, maybe it loses its underlying heart and the sensitivity of the nature of the allegation. So I think that's a little bit what's going on. From a substantive perspective, and I know you alluded to it, right? There is I think it's a minute-ish clip, purportedly a phone call between Shannon Sharp and his accuser, and there are, we'll say, and this is kind of the first domino, right? It's not a graphic video in terms of, it's not a video, it's actually just a phone call, and we're talking about some things. Put it this way, I don't want to make this kind of step in it, but you can say things on a phone call that will be two things that two adults are legally allowed to consent to with one another, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That initial phone call that went out, yes, it was somewhat graphic in its nature, but there's nothing really criminal that occurred on that phone call. So the next step that Shannon Sharp's side took was basically to release, I think, a much more extensive array of text messages that also carried within the same theme of graphic messaging. Again, maybe not necessarily illegal, but things that consenting adults could consent to, right? There's no issue with this. You and I have talked on a previous episode about Trevor Bauer and those allegations with where someone was allegedly rendered unconscious, where legally you're not allowed to consent to that type of an act. So you asked me what my thoughts were on the strategy of litigating this. I don't really quite understand the strategic nature of releasing more things. Like Tony Buzbee's side allegedly released this a minute audio clip. The text messages are more of the same, none of which are criminal, but we understand, right? I think as a viewing public, we can understand there is some consent to happen to this, but you're not really litigating the case in the media, so to speak, by offering text messages that don't show consent of the underlying act of sexual assault that's here. So yes, it's just, to me, that move was really just muddying the waters, and we can certainly get into what I view as other confusing signals. We'll put it that way.
They're saying it was all role playing, right? The idea of what he said on that, or allegedly said on that audio tape, is another example of role playing, and that she agreed to all of it. And they're trying to gray up a lot of this. And it's interesting because, and we'll get into this a little bit later, about the idea that he potentially offered her a $10 million settlement before she filed. Now, some people would say, if you offer that settlement, you're hiding something, right? You're guilty as sin. The other people say, I don't want this coming out. This is embarrassing for me. I mean, this is my personal, private, intimate life. I don't want any of this coming out. $10 million? What does that say to you?
I have some strong thoughts there, and this is where I was kind of getting to, so I'm happy you took us there. It's just mixed signals, right? You can't have a statement that basically dares someone to release the video. Release the full video, not the unedited. Release everything. We want this to be out there for everyone to see. We want it to be litigated above board. Let's get this all out. And at the same time say, well, I want to pay $10 million. And again, that's an admission from Shannon Sharp's lawyer. That's not from Tony Buzbee and the other side. That's Shannon Sharp's lawyer saying, they're trying to extort us for a lot of money. Yes, we can all agree that's sometimes the playbook, that there's some type of extortion that occurs. I'll put in quotes because it's not really an extortion to have a lawful negotiation back and forth. But to offer 10 million tells you that there's something in the case that they don't want to go out. So I don't know how you offer 10 million, which is not a nuisance level settlement. That's a giant number, right? 10 million, and then say we want everything to come out. We're totally fine with this, the truth being out there. Those two things are not consistent with one another in what is a general legal playbook for litigating things in the media.
By the way, what did you make of him showing up to the draft?
I think he's just basically saying, business as usual, right? Like, I'm just going to show up. I was looking this morning to see if he's put podcasts out. Club Shay Shay is still alive and well. It's his own podcast. He's putting it out on YouTube, but I think ESPN, has somewhat distanced himself from the distribution, but he's putting it out there, right? And I think from his perspective, he's saying preponderance of the evidence is on the plaintiff. I can do whatever I'm doing right now. And he, as if this new media world where he has his own independent podcast, Disney/ESPN can't control distribution of a podcast, right? Like I have my own podcast, like even God forbid I lose my job at my law firm, I can still put my podcast out. There's no relation to it. But showing up at the draft with those level of NFL credentials is a different move. And recording a podcast with Chad Johnson, aka Chad Ochocinco, is I think another move. Just say business as usual, we're going to keep moving. But the problem, Jesse, and this is to the larger point where I have an issue with what Shannon Sharp did, there is no onus. You don't have to put all of those text messages out. You don't have to admit that a $10 million offer was made. But once you put those things out, ESPN can, I think, take the position, which Fox Sports did for a period of time in their, I don't want to say similar, but another sexual assault allegation that occurred at work, sexual harassment. Fox Sports took the position, we don't know enough. This is just a complaint. We don't know enough from our side. We're going to conduct an internal investigation. But Shannon Sharp's side really pressed the accelerator on this case. And they themselves put out a lot of details, which I think tend to make Sharp look worse. So once you put your accelerator on your defense, I think ESPN is certainly free to say there's just too much out in the media from both sides. We have to part ways at this point.
Let me, and he says he wasn't fired, he was stepped away. And let me add to that, because now I want to go to Stephen A. Smith. We talked about Stephen A. Smith. This is Shannon Sharp's co-host on First Take. We talked about him in a previous sidebar, but there was a lot more comments that he made, and I want to get into it. So this was on Smith's YouTube show, and he said the following. Do I believe that Shannon Sharp is guilty of what he's been accused of? Absolutely not. That's my personal opinion. The brother that I've come to know, I don't believe, would assault or rape anybody, and I'm going to state that emphatically. But just as emphatically, I'm going to remind everybody it is my opinion because of what I feel about him, and not in any way imply that I know a damn thing beyond that because I don't know. I'll always be here for him if he needs me. Just the same way I said that about Skip Bayless when he departed from Fox. Just the same way that I would say about any of my friends. That's what friends do, even in the toughest of times. Sometimes, especially the toughest of times. They ain't telling you you're right all the time, and hell, sometimes they may not stop you from falling into that abyss, but they're there to lift you up when nobody else will. He added, when the news came down that he and ESPN had mutually agreed that he would need to come off the airwaves of ESPN, it was a blow. A blow to the show, a blow to me personally, because I'm gonna miss him. But it was not a surprise. I've been at Disney since October of 2003. I know this place. I know the worldwide leader that is ESPN. And he added that he took a break from ESPN beginning in 2009. They didn't need any definitive evidence at this particular moment in time about all that stuff. Once all the things Shannon Sharp's lawyer put out there, it was uncomfortable to listen to. And it was not something that Walt Disney wants associated with its brand.
Are you the only one they haven't interviewed about Shannon Sharp? Yeah, I'm waiting to see when they gonna interview me.
So to have him on the airwaves while all that stuff was put out, that was not something that Disney was gonna take. This is what I mean when I say I'm not surprised. It wasn't difficult for me to figure out what was transpiring. ESPN and Disney have a wait-and-see attitude when it comes to whatever evidence they may learn about this entire situation involving Shannon Sharp from a civil perspective. That's all I have to say, other than I hope he's back in this business real soon on linear television, talking some football, because that man knows his football, and he certainly knows how to entertain us. While he's talking about football, I'm gonna miss him. So Dan, a lot of things here. But I gotta say, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with Stephen A. Smith. I mean, Disney does not want that, what he said, even if it was 100% consensual. It's not fair, but this is not a court of law, this is a business. Does Walt Disney want their host saying these things, or allegedly saying these things in text messages and a phone call?
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let him back. And I think he's gonna probably end up settling out, even though, I don't feel like, he did what they said, but you just, when you deal with certain people, you get put in certain situations. You got to be mindful, man. I think the girl was recording him on purpose on some bullshit, and, they did role playing, but he might have choked her a little too hard a couple times, and she wasn't feeling that shit. And I think it cost him that position. I don't think he's going to get that position back.
And it makes me wonder, is Stephen A. Smith right? And how on earth could Shannon Sharp ever come back to ESPN?
So there's one thing, and I'll answer the question, but there's one thing in Stephen A. Smith's statement that I told you that I think is somewhat telling, right? Stephen A. Smith is friends with Shannon Sharpe. They've talked about this. It's very clear and evident from their statement that they're friends. Stephen A. Smith, in the statement that you read, I'm happy we got it out there, right? They didn't need definitive evidence, talking about ESPN, once all the things Shannon Sharpe's lawyer put out there. So Stephen A. Smith is pointing the finger at the lawyer. And then later on, I think in that episode, I believe Stephen A. Smith said that Lanny Davis, while not referring to him directly, seemingly as we're talking about him, said he was, quote, not being impressive in this at all. So Stephen A. Smith seems to blame the lawyer's comments for taking this to the next level. So, that's, and Jesse and I'll toot our own horn a little bit. If a client called us and said, how do we deal with this? You and I having some sensitivity for the media would say, like, listen, there is a way to litigate this through the media, putting this all up, but you're definitely jeopardizing your status at Disney, right? This is not Fox Sports, right? This is Disney, which is Mickey Mouse, right? PG-13. I don't think you can get away with having those consensual texts, which definitely rise to a level of provocative nature, even if they're between consenting adults. So do I think Shannon Sharpe can move on from this in his career? Yes, I do, because he has his own independent platform, which, I think at one point had a $400 million valuation. They were talking about the Shannon Sharpe Podcast Network. He brings on a ton of guests. So do I think he'll have a career? Yes. Do I think he'll have a career at Disney? That's a very different story. And Shannon Sharpe is admitting to these acts, which again, might not be illegal, right? And I'm talking about the acts between the text message between consenting adults, but the optics of that are really bad, right? And it doesn't have to be a crime that was committed by Shannon Sharpe, but he's admitting to the nature of the text. And Jesse, you read them about dog collars and whatever else. And if Disney doesn't want to have that on their brand, they don't have to. So I'm not sure that Shannon Sharpe ever appears on ESPN again. Certainly he could have a lucrative career working for any number of other football networks, but that's the nature of the beast. And if you were Shannon Sharpe's side, you've put your finger on the pulse. You want to put all of this out in the media, and there are ramifications to doing that. So, I just hope Shannon Sharpe was advised of that properly. But from Stephen A. Smith's perspective, he's pointing the finger at the lawyer, which you never want to be the subject of the story.
It's an interesting point. You hope that they're on the same page moving forward, but I hear you. It's a good point. Okay, I want your reaction to this. So there's another statement. This is a new statement from Shannon Sharpe's litigation counsel, Mitchell Schuster. So one of the things that he addressed is why Sharpe would be willing to pay $10 million, this settlement to Jane Doe before she filed the suit, saying when she learned that he would not father a child with her, she resorted to extortion. While Shannon was willing to pay her a substantial amount of money to avoid the intimate details of his personal life from being exposed, as many high-profile individuals often do when they're being threatened. Dan, first, let me start there. Thoughts on that?
I think it's funny that another lawyer is now giving statements trying to do some CYA for the first lawyer. That's my perspective. But yeah, I mean,
that's fair.
I understand a different lawyer. Usually you don't have two different lawyers within 72 hours giving statements in the case. Someone takes the reins. So I think our friend Stephen A. Smith gave us some hints here. But yes, yeah, statement's interesting. But yes, keep going. All good.
Okay, so there's another part where Schuster also explained that Sharpe intends to pursue claims against, meaning Jane.
Hey, Tony, you said this is for letting Cat talk about Hollywood on his show. This is backlash. The money was the blinders, and he could see the white girls coming for him. That could be. He let Cat talk on there, got his bag up, podcast started going up, but he wasn't paying attention to what was going to come behind that shit. That could be.
Doe and all who have assisted her with the dissemination of her fabricated story. And this is interesting, right? Does that mean he's going to file a lawsuit for defamation against her? Because I don't know how that works. There's a litigation privilege, right? Somebody can file. Every lawsuit, the other side's going to say is not true. It's all lies. You can't just turn around and file a defamation lawsuit. You have to have the ability to present your claims. What could he sue for?
RM, you said usually people don't call podcasts from the feds either. Shit crazy. Yeah.
It's not that different. And I think Shannon Sharp referenced this in his Instagram post probably at some point last week, but he said Tony Busby is the same lawyer that went after, Jay-Z, and that lawsuit was later dropped. And I think, if memory serves, I believe Jay-Z is going after Tony Busby, the lawyer behind that case, for putting that case out. The underlying case was dropped, but I believe Jay-Z is pursuing a defamation case against Tony Busby in connection with that.
And extortion too, yeah.
Extortion, right. So it depends again what state we're based in, but if you wanted to tell me, not defamation, right, but if the video is...
Jay-Z knew he was innocent. I can say that. Jay knew he was innocent, and he stood on that shit. A lot of these people, right, they be scared. That's the difference. They be scared to go all way. That's the total difference. They be scared to go to war, and they be ready to settle out. You gotta stand on something. If you know you didn't do something, and you know what I'm saying, you didn't do what they accusing you of, you gotta stand on it. And jokers get scared. So I think that's why a lot of time these jokers be settling out and shit. You gotta stand on that shit. You hear me? Say innocent man ain't offering money for real. Hey, RM, I agree. Yeah. He said his best nigga cost him $100 million, his reputation in Hall of Fame. Black man. Yeah, man, listen. Because I know damn well with something like that, hell no. I'm not offering you nothing.
Doctored, right? You're not really necessarily protected by the judicial privilege if you are manufacturing and faking a video, which seemingly was the allegation from Sharp's side. So, you could always defend it and say litigation privilege. We filed this lawsuit ahead of time. We're certainly protected, but it's not going to stop someone from suing and maybe applying the same pressure tactics that Shannon Sharp's side was accusing Tony Busby of in the first sense, right? You might have some exposure, and maybe your malpractice carrier has some money they want to pony up instead of litigating the case in the court system. So you certainly could do that, but it's not the first and certainly won't be the last defendant to fire back and say these claims are defamatory. I'm being extorted, and I'm going to sue you, right? And maybe not via a counterclaim, but via a separate action. That's
right, though, Big Steve. You gotta stand on
just
business,
a couple of that.
man.
Marcellus Wiley, also a former NFL player, reacted to this lawsuit Sunday during an episode of Dat Dude TV on YouTube, saying his, quote, spidey senses were tingling when he heard about the filing. He said, something just ain't right with the timing of the settlement offer, the allegations, and even the temporary leave of absence. Either Shannon got played, or you and me are getting played as well. Did she know that deal was happening, or she didn't know? Because on Friday it was reported, and on Sunday she filed. What happened between Friday and Sunday? Dan, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think what Marcellus is alluding to, there had been some reports of a very lucrative deal that Shannon's podcast network was being acquired. I think the number was, again, floated around $400 million. So if you're asking me why $10 million was offered, right, and obviously you and I are joking about Mitchell Schuster's second statement seeming to try to explain why Davis was talking about the $10 million off in the first place. If you stand to make $400 million, certainly $10 million is a drop in the bucket with respect to $400 million. And if you could pay 10 and then you net out 390, maybe you pay 10. Maybe that makes sense. That's the type of cost-benefit settlement that we talk about. I'm not aware that we were that close to a statute of limitations, and I could be wrong. But filing on a Sunday is somewhat odd. Filing on a Sunday tells you want to get the media for that entire week. And let's not kid ourselves. Last week was the NFL draft. It's the middle of the NFL offseason. Usually if you file on a Sunday during the NFL season, people are talking about football. They're talking about Sunday night football. They're talking about Monday night football. This is the dead time with respect to NFL media. So when you file on Sunday and there's no football activities until the draft on Thursday, you're winning the war in the headlines for those dates. So I think Marcellus is probably right that there is some gamesmanship there. And I do think this was related to the impending deal that Shannon was about to sign. Now, I had the thought, Jesse, this morning, do we think Tony Busby is happy that Shannon Sharp put his foot on the accelerator and sped up this case in the court of public opinion by releasing those texts? The answer to that is probably no, because there's less that Tony Busby can now leverage Sharp with, because now Sharp seemingly is, I guess, a temporary free agent, whatever you want to call it, who's temporarily off the air, whatever they're phrasing it as. There's not that much more leverage that Busby could do, because every day he could say, listen, they'll take you off the air tomorrow if I put this out. They'll take you off the air the next day. And that leverage is now gone. It's not to say that the case is going to be any different, but I'm sure Busby was licking his chops at the ability to threaten the release of this video over time. But now he doesn't have that anymore. There's seemingly less bullets in the trigger.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's just been like a week, because it really feels like we accelerated and we heard so much. I want one final point. So Sharp's attorney, again, Mr. Schuster, addressed something else in Jane Doe's lawsuit. So in Jane Doe's lawsuit, there was a reference to another lawsuit filed against Shannon Sharp by a woman named Michelle Evans back in 2023, and it's still ongoing. She's suing for a variety of claims, including defamation for Shannon Sharp allegedly sexually assaulting her. And in fact, there was a reiteration of one of the same allegations as Jane Doe in this current lawsuit. For example, Evans' lawsuit claimed that Sharp told her during a sexual assault that he would, quote, make it so no other man would want me. And in fact, in Jane Doe's lawsuit, it reads, Sharp would repeatedly tell Doe that he wanted to do things to her that would make no other man want her. Okay, so take it that way you will. But according to a sworn affidavit from Shannon Sharp, he denies the allegations from Michelle Evans that she laid out against him, says it was actually Evans who manipulated and threatened him, says that she was harassing him via text messages and phone calls. Well, again, his attorney, Mr. Schuster, has made a comment on that too. Quote, this is exactly what is happening to Shannon Sharp, and the resurrection of the case involving Michelle Evans is a perfect example. Sadly, Miss Evans became obsessed with Shannon and decided to manufacture a claim against him. When she could not find a lawyer to pursue her outrageous story, she filed a civil complaint on her own that is completely devoid of merit, and basically that's because we believe she's representing herself. Quote, bottom line, Shannon has done nothing wrong and intends to fight back against these malicious lies, not with manufactured defenses or imaginary stories, but with documentary proof and real evidence. So Dan, we have a situation here where now you have two separate claims, right? And some would say strength and evidence, right? It's coming together against Shannon Sharp. Or he's on the defensive and says, this is just another example. It keeps happening to me and I'm innocent. What do you take away from the inclusion of Michelle Evans here?
See, this is why I'm happy you brought me on the show. I mean, I spent probably 2 years, I was going to say litigating, but covering this case as if I was litigating myself, the Deshaun Watson case where Tony Busby was the plaintiff's lawyer. So there were, I think about 26 civil complaints that were filed. And you and I as the lawyers, I'm like, okay, I understand what's happening here and we'll break it down for the viewers, right? Tony Busby represented essentially all, I think 25 of 26 plaintiffs in that case. So a lot of non-lawyers would look and say, wow, these complaints have so much in common. It's basically the same exact thing. There's this common nucleus, it's this pattern, and all these women, some are from different states, from different employers. How are these complaints so similar? And I teach at New York Law School. I do these kind of conversations a lot. And I said, well, same firm, you're basically being asked to draft the same complaint over and over. So a lot of cut and paste jobs that are happening here. So I just want to point that out as a decision point in Tony Busby's history. We've had it, and again, I don't blame Tony Busby. There's nothing wrong with copying and pasting a lot of the same versions of the complaint and putting it out, but the outside public viewed that as being a pattern. Now, does it make sense for Tony Busby to look at other allegations that are out in the public realm against Shannon Sharp that may or may not be out there, right? You're doing your research. Maybe it's not public. Maybe you're kind of going through the grapevines. You're talking to people in and around the space. It's possible, right? Just think about it practically. If an ex-girlfriend will know about the history of people that Shannon Sharp has been with, maybe they've had these conversations. So I don't view it as being definitive one way or the other. Put it that way. I don't view it as being a pattern. I am someone that really staunchly believes the plaintiff has the preponderance of the evidence. They have to prove their case. So I do think, yes, it's interesting. But again, in the sports and entertainment realm, this happens a lot, right? We could talk about Deshaun Watson, right? 5 people came forward and all of a sudden we had 26. That, to me, as a human being that speaks common sense,
man,
that's probably not the best sign if you're Deshaun Watson, but it happens a lot. Justin Tucker, the kicker for the Baltimore Ravens, it happened with Trevor Bauer. Even P. Diddy, it's happening with. So other people to come out after the fact doesn't always show a pattern, right? These could be 10, 15 years apart from one another, maybe just different things happening at the same time. Jesse, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't point out, right? We're talking about a football case, a sports media case. I still think it is very telling, and I mean this sincerely. I'm not intending to joke about it. Mitchell Schuster has now taken over control as the public narrative and the public face of the media side of Shannon.
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's happening, Inglewood?
Sharp's defense. That's almost unheard of for one lawyer, Lanny Davis, a high-profile lawyer who was very involved in some political lawsuits. People can feel free to look that up. But another lawyer has superseded control, and you have Stephen A. Smith basically blaming the first lawyer for why his friend might be getting in trouble from ESPN. Obviously, we know what happens. So I would read very closely the difference between these two statements. And I do think it's just not something I would have done. And again, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Every lawyer has different strategies. But putting out a $10 million offer was made looks really bad in the court of public opinion. If you have nothing to hide, release the video. We have nothing to hide, but we'll also pay you $10 million. I can make sense of it from a cost-benefit perspective.
Sure.
And I can also make sense of Tony Busby saying it, right, and breaching the confidences of a settlement conversation. Again, not that it's okay, but I understand it.
For him too,
I really don't understand Sharp's side doing it, and I really do think that's the reason he's not at ESPN right now.
And both in the discussion we had today and in the discussion I did in the last episode, that settlement offer, the news of that has made a lot of people look at this very differently. And so I can hear exactly what you're saying. Interesting. Okay, let's see who responds next, because I'm sure this is not the end of the responses and who we're going to hear.
Man, he should have never made no damn settlement offer at all. Yeah, he should have never did that shit. Fuck that up.
Looks like Big U is still up to his ways, even while in federal custody. In court paperwork filed just this week, federal prosecutors say the OG is trying to get his celebrity pals to help him out. Plus, he's making a big ask, well, a huge ask. He wants the White House to intervene on his case.
I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Big U has remained in federal custody since he turned himself in earlier this month. Now, the feds claim he's running a mafia-like organization, but in a nearly 30-page brief written to the court, federal prosecutors outline everything he's been up to since he's been in lockup. And they were listening to him allegedly come up with this whole elaborate plan.
For years, Eugene Henley, better known as Big U, likely thought he was untouchable until a sprawling indictment came down accusing him of being the head of a racketeering enterprise. Plus, he's accused of kidnapping and murder and scamming some very high-profile celebs.
I just need y'all prayers. I need y'all to... I don't even know what to say.
Big U does claim he's innocent, and that this is a whole big misunderstanding. Plus, he pleaded not guilty to his charges. And like most defendants, he wanted to be given bail so he can fight his case from the outside. But in a 26-page document, which even had a table of contents, federal prosecutors outlined every single reason why a judge shouldn't grant him bail. Literally on page 1, federal prosecutors come out swinging. They wrote, quote, "For decades, defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, has put on a public facade masquerading as a reformed gang member and legitimate businessman whose only ambition was to better his community." But defendant wasn't helping Crenshaw. He was helping himself. In the shadows, defendant was secretly operating as kingpin of a criminal enterprise that has ruled Los Angeles through violence, fear, and intimidation. Now he seeks pretrial release under the guise of his reformed persona, even though his criminal activities have included murder, extortion, robbery, wire fraud, bank fraud, and human trafficking. They're asking the court to keep him in custody for the safety of the community. In the filing, they wrote, quote, "Even in his short time in custody, he is up to his old tricks, once again trying to use some of those same celebrities for his personal gain. He has even suggested that he can manipulate the President of the United States into intervening in the case and dropping the charges, even as he simultaneously derisively refers to the president as the Orange Man while in custody." We're normally not political here, but don't think calling Donald Trump the Orange Man will help him out here. So initially, when the indictment came down, authorities believed Big U was on the run. According to this document, when he received notice of his arrest, Big U allegedly destroyed evidence and attempted to paint a false narrative of his criminality. Maybe federal prosecutors are talking about those videos he posted to Instagram declaring he did nothing wrong.
I'm looking at all these charges on the news. I'm headed back to LA. And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to? That's a built-in liar right there. You know what I mean? So, is that how they gonna work the case? Everybody know I don't Cannon. Everybody know I'm Rick Baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, and put them next to me, them is the dudes you gonna have to call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turning against me. I ain't going for that. You might as well go get 600 and Wack. These dudes been saying I did all year. So what they doing is they go on the internet and these dudes say that I did shit on the internet. Then when you say I did on the internet, they go investigate it. Now you raiding my houses, raiding my shops, raiding all this stuff. And talking about I'm committing crimes and covering up with developing option. What crimes am I committing to cover up with developing option? You know what I'm saying? I ain't committed no crimes and covered nothing up with developing option. Crazy. But this how they get you.
Appreciate that.
One or two people to say something. Ain't gonna be no real evidence. Ain't gonna be no real nothing. It's gonna be a repeated thug. It's gonna be a bunch of people in jail for a bunch of different crimes that don't have nothing to do with me. They finna lump all of us up and say it's all the Rolling 60s. Watch this. We just seen it with Thug. I'm finna experience the same thing out here. I knew it was coming. Now they on there saying all this stuff to assassinate my character. All right, man, just pray for me. And again, they can do any one of us. It ain't nobody safe with these dudes. If these dudes feel they want you, how they going around talking about somebody's gonna raid my house before my house get raided? How they there with the police? And y'all sitting there following them. Everybody that's a part of them shows, and 100 shows, and all them shows, and y'all need to, everybody who following them, promoting them, anything. Y'all wrong. Y'all ain't black. And y'all show ain't for our people. They can put charges against anybody.
I want to thank Odoo for sponsoring us. If you don't know Odoo, they're an incredible all-in-one offer as sureties will not protect the community. They did not save RW, whom defendant murdered and abandoned in the desert. They did not save defendant's countless extortion and embezzlement victims who defendant terrorized or tricked for years. They did not stop defendant from leaving Los Angeles in the midnight hours before his arrest or hurling thinly veiled threats in the lead up to his surrender. Then prosecutors lay into the allegations stacked against him, like his gang ties. They even point to his interviews he's done. Like in one interview when he talked about his gang tattoos, he said, "It ain't on you, it's in you." In other interviews, Big U talked about his drug dealing days, taking a percentage of money from illegal activity in the neighborhood, leading the body snatchers kidnapping crew, and then his previous time in prison where he claimed to pay off guards and taking a percentage of drug sales while in the clank. Then prosecutors lay out information in the indictment, like using his stature to help out the Rolling 60s Crips, or portraying himself in the media as a former gangbanger turned community activist with his nonprofit Developing Options. In the filing, prosecutors wrote, quote, "Defendant portrayed himself as the neighborhood's savior in drawing in donations and government resources intended to benefit at-risk youth, but which he oftentimes used to fund his lifestyle instead." Then prosecutors lay out the murder allegations. The government claims Big U murdered an up-and-coming rapper signed to his label who is also close friends with Big U's son. The victim is only named as RW in court paperwork, but we've learned the victim to be Rayshawn Williams, who was previously teammates with Big U's son Dayon, who plays now for the LA Chargers. The government claims the murder went down after Rayshawn and Big U left the studio, then returned to an Airbnb in Vegas. Rayshawn was seen leaving the Airbnb with his belongings, and that was the last time he was seen alive. He was found the next morning with gunshot wounds to his head. Big U claimed he was at the gym, but really, who goes to the gym at 2 in the morning? But federal prosecutors say Big U's cell phone activity, plus his own words they got from him on a wiretap, prove he's guilty. Then the government lays out the robbery and extortion claims. They allege Big U and his co-defendant, Sylvester Robinson, extorted a victim and threatened violence against this victim if he didn't pay their fees. When victim 1, as he's called in the court filing, began to ignore Big U's calls demanding money, Big U allegedly sent armed robbers to rob victim 1's dispensary and then demanded $10,000 to prevent future robberies. By the way, the feds are outlining a lot of details and admissions from Big U himself because they had wiretaps on his phone. So how does the saying go? It came from the horse's mouth. Big U allegedly extorted another victim for $30,000. When victim 2 requested to pay $20,000 instead, Big U allegedly responded, "I'll tear that B up. It won't be a club there no more."
Big U allegedly sent his 2 co-defendants, Sylvester Robinson and Mark Martin, as well as members of the Rolling 60s, to confront victim 2 at his business and extort $30 grand. Federal prosecutors say the extortion wasn't just to victim 1 and 2, there were more victims. The government alleges Big U used his power to direct others to commit violence. Like on November 23rd of 2022, they intercepted a call where Big U allegedly said he could pay 3 people $50 each to beat up someone at a store for refusing to give Big U a discount. Prosecutors claim since 1992, Big U wasn't even allowed to possess guns because of his felony convictions, which were for second-degree robbery with a firearm, conspiracy, and drug trafficking. And even after his release from prison, he still continued owning guns. The government points to the specific example of Rayshawn's murder, plus other examples of directing others to use guns, like when they allegedly robbed victim 1's dispensary. According to the filing, Big U isn't only a physical danger, but a financial danger too. The government alleges hundreds of thousands of dollars from charitable donors and government programs flowed right into the Developing Options bank account, which was where it was supposed to go. But immediately after, prosecutors claimed the money was put into Big U's personal account, and Big U got richer and richer. He drove a Mercedes, he had multiple homes, he took lavish trips, and spent lavishly too, like on a $30,000 necklace. Now mind you, that money was supposed to go to at-risk kids. According to the filing, it seems Big U pulled the wool over everyone's heads, like politicians, celebrities, and other community activists.
You said Molly the witness
government
for the
says Big U
homie,
should remain detained because not only is he a danger to the community, but there's a huge risk he won't come back to court, especially since he's facing a maximum sentence of 600 years. Yes, 600 years in prison. Again, on the max end, but that's still a lot of time. The government points to the recordings they have of Big U, his conduct and threats throughout the years-long investigation, and his risk of non-appearance as just a few reasons he should remain in federal detention pending trial. And the judge agreed. So Big U is staying where he is, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles.
We have lots to unpack here, so I'm joined now by Detective Eric Barnes. Detective Barnes, thank you so much for being here today. You know, Big U has been in federal custody now for weeks, and now we know that the judge denied him bail, but reading the brief outlined by federal prosecutors, it was very detailed, especially as prosecutors laid out everything he's been up to since he's been taken into custody. What's your reaction to the federal prosecution just kind of alleging that Big U is still up to his old ways?
You know, I thought that was very interesting. You know, typically the behavior that people exhibit outside, you know, that the feds weren't surprised that once he got inside prison that it would continue. I think that, you know, typically outside on the streets, an individual has some protection, but inside there's not very much protection. And so federal authorities have access to a whole lot of resources inside their facilities.
Yeah, and making calls on open lines, knowing the federal government is listening to everything you're doing, probably not the wisest decision. But do you think Big U just isn't understanding the gravity of what he's facing? Because prosecutors say at maximum he's facing 600 years in prison.
600 years is a very, very long time. And I think that, you know, the federal system is very complex and it's not like state system. I don't know if he served any federal time before or if he has any experience with federal time, but that system is very unique and it's not like most state systems. So things that you may be able to get away with on local, state levels, you're not gonna be able to get away with it on the federal level.
Yeah, and that is just an understatement right there. And what are your thoughts also, I just have to know, about Big U wanting help from the president himself? Now, he referred to him, according to these court documents, as the Orange Man on a federal jail line. But do you think that he's just a little bit delusional in thinking that President Trump is going to step in on his RICO case, extortion case, murder case, as he refers to him as the Orange Man?
Well, you know, people in very hot places want ice water as well. So that's very wishful thinking on his end. But I think that in terms of this administration, the president and the Department of Justice have been very clear in outlining what their goals are in tackling organized crime. And it's something that they're taking very seriously.
Are you surprised Big U has been so open on these jailhouse lines, given everything that he's facing, but also knowing that the government is going to be listening to him? Why do you think that he just is so open and just so brazen about trying to manipulate the President of the United States?
I have no idea. You know, at the very beginning of those calls, there's a auto prompt that lets the caller and both the calling party and the receiving party on the call know that these calls are being recorded and monitored. And surely he would know, after speaking with his attorney, that federal government is going to be interested in listening to his phone call. So I'm kind of drawing a blank on that one. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's, again, another understatement
Crazy.
when it comes to this entire case. And, you know, last time we had spoken about Big U's case in particular, we were talking about just how open he's also been in podcast interviews and interviews for documentaries, all of that sort too. And federal prosecutors point to the interviews that Big U has done where he talks about his OG days. He talks about when he sold drugs and took money from the neighborhood. He talks about when he was in prison before these charges came up, that he used to pay off the guards. Do you think the defense will be able to kind of just chalk this all up to, you know, the defendant was embellishing maybe about the old days and this shouldn't be used against him? What are your thoughts on what the defense will possibly counter to what Big U has said out of his own mouth?
I think that, you know, it's very telling because, you know, in allegations, you're going to have some people will come forward and say things, and it's going to be very beneficial to those individuals to allege and kind of build up this character of Big U. But when you have the words coming out of his own mouth, I think that is very, very telling. And I think it's very credible, especially if it supports the character that maybe some of the witnesses are building him up to be as well. So it never really plays well on his behalf to have it coming from his own mouth.
Yeah, what do they say? You can't lead no, that doesn't even make sense. I was gonna say you can't lead a horse to drink water, but you know, the saying about how it's coming out of the horse's mouth, you know where I'm going there. But I remember also when we had first spoke about this case, we spoke specifically also about developing options, the nonprofit Big U founded, and it was supposed to help at-risk youth, and it seemed like the intention was to do good. But as we keep learning more and more and more about these allegations, it seems like Big U didn't really care about the kids, because why would he allegedly steal money to an already underserved community to line it up in his own pockets? Federal prosecutors say he had a Mercedes, he had multiple houses, he spent money on a $30,000 necklace or possibly a chain. What are your thoughts on how lavish that Big U was living, how lavishly he was living while he was supposed to be giving this money to an underserved group of kids? What are your thoughts about that?
It's very sad that individuals that are entrusted to kind of help really understand the struggle from that neighborhood by being from that neighborhood and kind of being the Robin Hood, somebody that's going to speak up on behalf of the people that they are, you know, that they represent, you know, a representative from your own community that is going to advocate on your behalf and talk about the real life issues going on there every day, and the funding that he's receiving to kind of fix some of those issues. He's using it for his own selfish gain. You know, I think that those individuals definitely need to be held accountable. Like it's almost victimizing the community twice.
Yeah, and it's just horrible too. And it's not even just the kids he's accused of taking money from. It's his celebrity pals. It's people like Shaq. It's people like Draymond Green. So it's like he stole from the rich. He also stole from the poor, allegedly. And when it comes to the extortion allegations, Big U is also accused of pretty much paying people to beat up others for disrespecting him or not giving him essentially what he wants. He's accused of pretty much sending goons to beat up people like business owners or people who tell him no because they wouldn't pay him. What are your thoughts on just this picture the federal government is painting of Big U as being kind of this menacing but also murderous bully while he was pretty much out of prison, as opposed to kind of the persona that Big U tried to portray where he was, you know, the OG turned good activist? What are your thoughts on just that double life he was living?
I think that both sides of that picture match up very well in terms of the allegations. I don't think that the federal prosecutors came up with these allegations on their own. I don't think that it was something they just woke up one day and just said, you know, we're going to go after this guy. It had to come from someone. And typically in these investigations, there's outcries or complaints that start the investigation and get the ball rolling. And sometimes these cases take a while to develop because, you know, these people or characters and defendants are sometimes involved in a whole lot of stuff. So it takes time to kind of build up your witness base. But it would be very easy to go and talk to some of the individuals that they allege that he's been extorting, see if they'd be willing to participate or willing to provide information and maybe backstory on it.
and just even the thought of him extorting people, not just for like $100 or something like that. It's like tens of thousands of dollars. It's a lot of money to be allegedly extorting from others, especially within your own community. In your opinion, though, was it the right decision for the judge to keep Big U remanded to custody pending trial?
I definitely think it was the right decision. That's a powerful tool that the federal government has, that someone can be arrested on charges and not make it back out to the streets until after their sentence is over with. And it sends a powerful message to the neighborhood and to the community that maybe on the streets you're Big U, but inside this facility and inside the federal government, you're just another defendant. And that, that it's over. And I think it sends a message to the neighborhood that, the federal government's not going to stand for these type of activities.
Yeah, and it seems like the federal government also just has an overwhelming amount of evidence.
Word. And people don't understand that shit. When you out there running the street and you thinking that you running pressure through your neighborhood or wherever you running it at, when they lock your ass up, you just another nigga locked up. You don't hold that weight. And if you hold some weight inside the jail, what value is that to your life? Like, people don't be thinking about that shit. It's always after the situation goes too far and you've been doing it for too long, do you want people to like sympathize with you? It's like, it's too late then. And they've been putting this investigation on Big U for a minute.
Against Big U, they have wiretaps, they have witness statements, they have victim statements, they have surveillance video, they have money trails. It just seems like a lot of evidence. What do you make of just this overwhelming amount of evidence, given that this investigation did take years?
Well, a rule of thumb is that federal prosecutors typically don't take investigations or cases that they don't think that they can win. Typically, most of their cases are resolved without even going to the courtroom.
That's fact.
So for them to come forward and for them to also, speak on this case, the prosecutor was speaking with a lot of conviction on this case when he was describing all the criminal acts that they alleged Big U committed. I would believe, without seeing the evidence, that they would have a ton of evidence against him and that the facts on this case are pretty strong. And I think also by the fact that he's still continuing some of these activities while he's locked up, it just makes their case even stronger.
It seems like literally it was the indictment, the brief, all these court documents seem like they were taken from a Hollywood script. Like I kind of think of, the TV shows like Power, where it's just like Big U kind of was ghost in this scenario. And it seems like, but this here is real life. And Big U faces a lot of time in prison. And he pleaded not guilty to his charges. He claims he's innocent. But, do you really think that he's really going to risk rolling the dice and go to trial?
It would be very interesting to see. Some of the things that he's done so far has kind of surprised me. The phone call that he made and FaceTime that he put out on his way to turning himself in. Also continuing to having these conversations, even though jail calls are recorded, and also individuals inside these facilities are looking for any reason to try to lessen their sentence. So this is a prime opportunity with someone on a case that's getting this much traction to be able to provide inside information to prosecutors to help them out. I mean, he's done a lot of uncharacteristic things that I wouldn't think that he would have done at this point. So I mean, who knows?
And it seems like federal prosecutors are ready to go for trial. Literally, when I was checking the court website, it says that his jury trial is scheduled for May 20th of this year. So that means that's in just a couple of weeks. That's what's on the schedule for right now, pending that it might change. But do you think that the trial will actually happen on May 20th? Or do you think it's possible the defense will need more time and maybe push the trial down maybe a couple weeks, a couple months, maybe even next year?
I think that it's going to get pushed out. Prosecutors typically like to put a date on the calendar just to show that if the defendant wants a speedy trial, they're ready to go. But I think that in terms of his own counsel being prepared to prevent any type of appellate action for ineffective counsel, they're going to need more time to go through this. Years worth of investigation it's going to take a long time for them to kind of comb through and look at the small details and try to find something that they can pick apart. So I think this is just more of a preliminary date on the calendar. I think that it's going to extend out probably until next year.
Yeah, and again, it's just a lot of allegations. I think it was 43 counts against him. It's just a lot. So I'd be very stunned if it actually does go on trial next month. But I could see them pushing it to a later date as well too. Detective Eric Barnes, I always want to thank you so much for your time today. Before we sign you off, though, what do you think is going to happen next for Big U?
You know, this is like the story that just keeps on giving. You know, there are more things coming out on this case. I think that as the case progresses and as time kind of goes on, I think you're going to get more people that come forward with information. I think that, you know, when a person is involved in an investigation like this, your strength of the case or the strength of who you are in the neighborhood is based on the kind of network that you have around you. And so now with federal investigation looming, the main target is in custody. Federal authorities are going out, they're knocking on more doors, they're talking to more people, passing out more cards. So I think you're going to have more people calling in and wanting to clear their name. And what that typically turns into is them pointing a finger at Big U.
Woo! That right there.
More and more stuff.
Hey, listen. That right there, listen, you already know they are getting more evidence because there's people that was scared to come forward and speak when Big U was out there. They out there definitely getting more statements. So shit is ill. You know, when you think you got that kind of hold on your community and that, you know, people love you but fear you or whatever you want to say, it's a dangerous game because people wait till you get in that situation, especially the ones that are scared of you. They wait till you get in a situation like that and they willing to come forward and talk then because you can't get out. So you never know. You know what I mean? Loose cannon, we gonna see some heavy shit coming. They got their case straight sealed. Yeah. I can see it coming, man. You know, and if you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that like button and share this video. I see it coming. You know what I'm saying? Case sealed. They monitoring the phone calls. Big U telling his people to contact the victims. Loose cannon on the phone talking crazy. Like crazy. He said they gonna send Big U to ADX, Florence, with El Chapo and Larry Hoover. He has too much influence. And that's a possibility. You know, when you got that kind of influence and people scared of you and all that shit, man, put you somewhere in a supermax somewhere where you ain't be able to come out for that much time. Shh. Man. You know, I bet Big U didn't think about all this shit going that way. You know, when you living in the moment and you on some bullshit, you ain't thinking about it. But this shit here, they came when they made sure they was solid. They wanted to make sure we got a hook, line, and sinker. All these jokers that was running with him, they want to save their own ass. Like, it's the same process. You know, Loose Cannon, you know, gonna say that yeah, let's play that one back though. We gotta play that one back. Yeah, we gotta play that one back. Yeah, we gotta play that one back.
All you gotta do is try me. I ain't the godfather to shit. Count me the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. You're dumb.
Yeah, let's play that back.
It's like, what is the point of getting mad at and saying don't talk to me or anything like that? What I'm doing to Wack? Okay, this is what he wrote on Instagram about you and Sharice. He wrote, I'll put it on the screen for the people. He said, for the record, I don't owe you or nobody else a dime. You continue to overstep your boundaries with men and disrespect. You have one more time to play with my name, and I'm going to remind you that y'all came to me for the plugs, not the other way around. This ain't your lane. You're on a mission to start a war between two men. All you gotta do is try me. I ain't the godfather to shit. Count me the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. You're dumb in the brain. Damn camera turned you into something else. Hashtag mistress. Now talk about the OnlyFans. Leave me the fuck alone, please, before I get on bullshit.
Adam couldn't wait to read that, though. Adam literally couldn't wait to read that. He read that shit and said, I couldn't wait to get on bullshit, and I'm not the godfather to shit.
Yeah, so, okay, so let's talk about the OnlyFans.
He's calling out Sharice with that. He's saying that she's putting shit between him and him.
Yeah, so we can talk about the OnlyFans thing.
The OnlyFans thing. Luce, I saw Sharice chewing on your balls. I hope that was you.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So
He said, I saw Sharice chewing on your balls. I hope that was you. Adam is straight weird, man. But he gets a kick out of this shit. And Luce Cannon and Sharice, they couldn't understand it.
All that stuff is out the window. She was doing it, and then I told her once we got married, all that stuff is gonna stop. We had fun with it, and that's it.
But they ain't even married though.
It is what it is. And then after that, I mean, it ain't no shame getting head from your wife. You get what I'm saying? If you put it on camera, we put it on camera. Dead homies, what's wrong?
By all means, hey, I'm a fan. I support that kind of movement.
Yeah, so that ain't a bad thing or whatever, but Wack and Sharice is just going back and forth over there. I had a talk with Sharice earlier, but the plugs and stuff like that, it's like we help each other. Like when it came down to like I made money with Wack, Wack made plenty money with me. So it's like, what is this? The high show thing? I know he did the no jumper shit and stuff like that, and it started it off, but I made my own way too. You get what I'm saying?
By all means.
Discredited me. He discredited my wife. She's doing her stuff too.
But you think that she's trying to turn you and Wack against each other? Or I felt like you were already kind of having these anti-Wack feelings from the beginning, because let me just hit you with a narrative, is that a lot...
Appreciate you gifting that membership, Ghost.
People think that, in particular Trap Lord Ross, they think that you saying that you were falling out with Wack over the fact that he reported on the cops raiding your house when you allegedly got swatted or whatever, they think that that was all a cover because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting Big U caught up, because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack, or that Big U and you did together.
No, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop, or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam. You know that.
I guess Wack is primarily mad because you guys are kind of trying to like finesse money out of him, I guess, or like trying to paint the narrative that
money out of who? Out of Wack?
I guess.
That's crazy.
I gotta play that back though, man. He said you robbed the weed shop. You extorted them, right? Like on a federal phone. That shit there. That shit's ill, man. Luce Cannon is an idiot. You talked about all this shit on No Jumper, and you didn't think that you was gonna go to jail?
He discredited my wife. She's doing her stuff too.
But you think that she's trying to turn you and Wack against each other? Or I felt like you were already kind of having these anti-Wack feelings from the beginning, because let me just hit you with a narrative, is that a lot of people think that, in particular Trap Lord Ross, they think that you saying that you were falling out with Wack over the fact that he reported on the cops raiding your house when you allegedly got swatted or whatever, they think that that was all a cover because you actually were mad at Wack for basically getting Big U caught up, because you knew that you were going to get caught up as a result of some of the shit that Wack, or that Big U and you did together.
No, me and Big Useless didn't do anything. Me and Big Unisex never did not one thing together. So
you robbed the weed shop, or you extorted him, right?
No, never robbed no weed shop, Adam. You know that.
I guess Wack is primarily mad because you guys are kind of trying to like finesse money out of him, I guess, or like trying to paint the narrative that
money out of who? Out of Wack?
I guess.
That's crazy. Well, how are we gonna get money out of Wack? We got our own money.
I don't know.
We got our own businesses. We got our own houses. We got our own property.
I'm being told that last night, Wack, Sharice was saying that Wack needs to start supporting more.
No, well, she don't. Wack don't have to do anything.
That's false. You need to go listen to the interview. I never said that.
I do. I'm on stream, but I do need to check that out.
Yeah, when you check that out, you'll see I never did. Academics asked a question and I answered it. And I never said he needs to. I never said I'm looking for it. I never asked for nothing. I actually said we are not ones to ask for a handout. If you want to support Cannon, go to itslucecannon.com and purchase a t-shirt, stream his music. Those are the things I said. Ack is the one that instigated and asked certain questions. And truth be told, it wasn't even what it was when he had talked to Wack. And Wack just went big on big for no reason. And I just feel like he's a big bully, and at this point, I don't want anything to do with him. He can go ahead and suck my motherfucking invisible dildo at this point.
Invisible dildo? That's a lot. I don't think Ack wants to suck that. But what are you talking about?
No, I wasn't talking about Ack, sweetie. I was talking about Wack. Okay, because he likes to bully women. He likes to bully women, and it's not okay. He would never say those things if my husband was out of jail. He would never. Okay?
You think Wack is scared of Luce?
I don't know what he is. I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth just like how Ack was. I never said that, but I know for a fact he wouldn't have done that if Cannon was out of jail. Okay?
Because he's scared of him, right?
No, I didn't say that either. What I'm saying is he should have never disrespected me.
Yo, this was ill. This whole call, and she posted this shit on her shit. Like, this whole call was so crazy. Adam said he's scared of him, right? Yeah, Wack's scared of Luce, right? What? Appreciate that, Ghost. Yo. Oh, man.
Publicly, he could have called me. He said those. Out. If you want to support Cannon, go to itslucecannon.com and purchase a t-shirt, stream his music. Those are the things I said. Ack is the one that instigated and asked certain questions.
Word.
And truth be told, it wasn't even what it was when he had talked to Wack. And Wack just went big on big for no reason. And I just feel like he's a big bully. And at this point, I don't want anything to do with him. He can go ahead and suck my motherfucking invisible dildo at this point.
Invisible dildo? That's a lot. I don't think Ack wants to suck that. But what are you talking
No,
about?
I wasn't talking about Ack, sweetie. I was talking about Wack. Okay, because he likes to bully women. He likes to bully women, and it's not okay. He would never say those things if my husband was out of jail. He would never. Okay?
You think Wack is scared of Luce?
I don't know what he is. I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth just like how Ack was. I never said that, but I know for a fact he wouldn't have done that if Cannon was out of jail. Okay?
Because you're scared of him, right?
No, I didn't say that either. What I'm saying is he should have never disrespected me publicly. He could have called me. He said those things and all that and talking about my last check was from him. No. It's the other way around, sweetie. You made a commission off of my check, so I paid you. How about that? Okay? Let's get that straight. All right? You're not even supposed to be talking about that publicly. So let's get that straight, too. Like, don't disrespect a woman. Because I definitely won't disrespect yours or anything with you. I never disrespected you. We actually showed mad love to him on that interview. When Cannon got on the live, he actually said, Wack's my guy, I love him. So if he really wanted to, he could have listened to it. I actually even joked and was like, yeah, you know, he's like his mistress. They're hot, they're cold, they argue, like they're together. That wasn't a diss. That wasn't me being disrespectful. That was me saying how close they are. Like I'm like, damn, you always on the phone with Wack. Like I'm, you know, like he's your side woman. It wasn't like I was disrespecting him or making it seem like saying he's a fucking bitch. No, I didn't say that. What I was saying was they're so close and they bicker like they're together. That's what I said. But people get in their feelings and got their panties in a fucking up their ass like a thong, want to act like a little bitch. You want to call me a bitch, then you're a bitch too. And nobody's trying to start a war between two people. I'm not trying to do that, and you know that, all right? And best believe, if you don't want to be his godfather, trust me, I didn't ask you to. That was Cannon, sweetie, okay? I didn't ask you to be my son's godfather. He's well taken care of and probably got more money than you right now. So I don't want to hear that shit.
I didn't realize that he was that was that serious. That he's.
Hey, appreciate the super chat. Run the table. You said they on the Fed phone talking like they at the backyard barbecue. Yo, this is ill. Like this call right here, and it's like so incriminating. And they do it on the Fed phone and then put it out there. It's like, come on, man. It's like they not thinking. They can't be thinking doing this shit.
He's the godfather.
I didn't give him that title, Cannon did. And even, truth be told, I answered it truthfully. He never not once gave my son a diaper, and you got a diaper company, and I'm not asking for it either. I never asked for anything from this man. Never, okay? Never asked a thing from this man. And I don't expect it either. Okay, they offered, before Callie was born, they even said, oh, you know, Callie could, you know, be the face of Incredible Diapers. I was like, oh, okay, cool. You know, when it was the baby shower, oh, change your diapers to Incredible Diapers on the registry. Don't put Pampers. I'm like, okay, cool. I still did it anyways.
Wack is saying that he's not the godfather.
Well, that's cool. Thank you. No problem. You did me a favor because I didn't want to denounce you from being the godfather anyways, because you're not.
But was Wack there when you gave birth?
He was there, but because I had COVID, he couldn't come see me or nothing. So he was in the waiting room.
Oh, shit. Okay. Charisse, let me ask you this. Does it bother you at all that people are leaking your OnlyFans content on Reddit and whatnot?
Absolutely not. Let me tell you why. Because I put it up. But what bothers me is when people's motives are to be revengeful and do it in a negative way. Best believe, listen, my body is tea. I don't give a crap if you want to do that. But what's going to happen is if you're doing it in a form of revenge and trying to do it in a malice way, that's when it becomes a problem, and that is actually a crime, and those who are doing it are getting handled. It's already in the works.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Because I'm not gonna lie, I saw the clip of you chewing on Luce Cannon's ball sack,
and I had a good old time.
My blood pressure went through the roof.
That's great, because I know I do a good job. That's how I got the ring, sweetie. Listen, my husband married me because I'm a freak, okay? I do freaky things. I love what I do. I love pleasing him in all ways, all shapes and forms, and best believe he does the same. Clearly, he got some good dick game, because you see the women he slangs, okay? So trust me, it ain't just all talk. He actually walks the walk.
That's what he was good at. He was good at manipulating y'all. Y'all know it. Y'all fell for the bullshit, and y'all dealing with the bullshit.
Too. So we were a match made in heaven.
Wow. Did you see the Trapler Ross documentary where he paints Luce as being some sort of like pathological liar? How do you feel about that?
No, I haven't even watched it. Honestly, I don't really watch these things. So I only watch things that people send me, and nobody sent me that. And whether or not he's a pathological liar or not, if that's true or not, clearly, you know, there's some truth to some things. I know everybody was doubting that even Lil Durk was going to be on our podcast interview this past Sunday, and look what happened. We made history, okay? We made history. Durk never did an interview since his arrest, and look, the first one to do it. So y'all go eat that.
Eat that. Yo, okay.
Maybe eat my ass too, because if you're going to watch that video, I'm sure a lot of y'all over there jerking off to my videos.
Yeah, put me in line. But okay, so I would no disrespect to Luce, but
thank you.
How do you
Crazy.
feel about that the IBM hoodlum guys basically pushing an angle that basically Wack is trying to put the no jumper fight video out there, hoping that there will be charges associated with it or something like that? Are you totally fully like in line, in communication with the IBM fan base?
Honestly, no. Listen, they do what they do. I've already, I call them and I say, hey, listen, Wack don't like this. Hey, listen, I got to call on this. They are grown. They going to do what they want to do. At the end of the day, ain't nobody trying to be, that's why they're saying, Sharice called me and you guys are crying what we posting. Of course, you tell me to call them and stop them. If they choose not to stop, they choose not to stop. That's on them. They're just like everybody has freedom of speech and want to go and bash and talk and discredit my husband. They could do what they want to. It's fair game. You guys can dish it, but you can't take it. You can dish it, but you can't take it. You're going to have to take it when it comes. It is what it is. And you want to say it's war now? Okay, then go ahead. Go and get your best battlefield gear on. I could care less. Ain't nothing you can say or do to me that'll hurt me, sweetie. I'm straight where I'm at.
Okay, this is my other main question as well, is if Luce is of the opinion that Brick is some kind of snitch, and then Dirk is at least in theory supposed to be cool with Brick, wouldn't Dirk not want to get on a call with academics and have his first time speaking to the public be on a call with somebody who's also pushing the line of accusing Brick of being a snitch? Like, to me, that almost feels like some kind of like slight Brick diss on behalf of Dirk.
I wouldn't say that because first and foremost, Kenna didn't say Brick was a snitch. Okay, let's not put words in his mouth.
That's what I'm being told. I don't want you. That's what
he never said that. So let's clear that up. Second of all, if you heard what Dirk said on the interview, he said, "I don't care who has a problem with who or what the issues are. If I'm cool with them, I'm cool with them," and that's a fact. That's it. And that's where it's gonna sit. He doesn't care what mess or ish dramas or who don't like who or what. If he's cool with Cannon, he's cool with Cannon. And that's it.
Okay, cool.
All right, I was hoping that he would have called back by now, but he didn't. But thank you for taking the time, Adam. Ain't nobody gonna stop no calls or no nothing, okay? Best believe nobody made anybody. Nobody made anybody, okay? I've been somebody before I met even my husband. I've been somebody before I met them. You manage people. Just because you manage someone or work with someone don't mean you made them. You work for them and get a check. That's just how it is. You don't make someone. Okay, there's no such thing as of creating an artist nowadays. The artist is already there and you just manage them. Nobody's building a bear no more. It's not a build a bear situation. Okay, we all adults here. You didn't get me when I was 15. So let's get that straight.
Got it. No, for sure. All right, appreciate you calling in.
All right, thanks, Adam. God bless.
Much love. Thank you.
Yeah. That didn't go too well. She gonna see as this process go on that all that talking on the phone is gonna be a problem. Because Luce Cannon already told everybody that he did the robbery. He talked about it. And then the crazy thing is, he dropped the audio on their podcast, right? Their YouTube channel. And then she dropped another audio where he's saying he didn't rob nothing. So you better believe that they're gonna play the audio with Luce and Dale on the phone saying what he said. Then they gonna go back and play the audio then. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
LA.
What's going on,
Hey,
Slack?
man. Hey, man, this shit is fucking comedy. They need to change Big U name to Big Through, because he is through.
Done.
Academic is a little scared of Wack. That's why he be timid with his calls.
Yeah.
Adam is playing them like it's a fucking straight comedy. He playing them like how Wack, like how he was talking to Wack about the little interview, he playing Wack like Wack play other people.
Yeah.
This shit is a fucking joke. And if Wack think he gonna turn up on him and all that shit, Luce Cannon's gonna fuck around and throw his ass under the bus and say, yeah, Wack told me to do that shit.
I see it coming.
Just like he said, Big U told me to go over there and extort the dude with the dispensary.
Yup.
Wack think he's slick, but he gonna fuck around and piss Luce Cannon off, and Luce Cannon gonna throw his ass right there with him.
I see it coming.
And look, the little bras, hey, I hear them. They comedy. They only as strong as the niggas that's leading them.
Yeah.
This shit is fucking crazy. I'm looking at you. I said, they need to change Big U name to Big Two. Because all of them is dumb as a box of rocks. What the fuck is they talking on the phone for? Even if you're in the regular county jail, you know not to talk on the phone.
Facts.
And you know not to talk to inmates about your case.
Facts.
These niggas is slow.
They gonna learn the hard way.
They gonna learn the hard way, and they gonna be looking like, wait a minute, it ain't supposed to go this way. Yes, it do, you dumb motherfuckers. This is how it go.
You told on
And
yourself.
like the interview said, the dude said, I can't believe that they talking to the dude with the dress that you just played the clip.
Yeah.
Lauren crying.
Yeah.
He said to himself, these niggas are stupid.
Crazy.
It is. What the fuck he talking about, the orange man? Boy, that nigga Trump ain't finna let that nigga out.
At all.
He think he Lil Wayne and Kodak Black, he gonna pardon him? No. That ain't gonna happen.
At all.
At all. Hey man, I was just tapping in. And you know what's funny? You were saying something about like when the girl called you, said write your shit down with little notes. I had already had my paper and my pen. Man, we gonna tap in again. Don't trip.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Hey man, you know I got you, man. I said, damn, every time a question get asked, you answer what the fuck I done wrote down. I'm gonna say the same shit. I'm like, damn, this nigga done stole my goddamn answer. We good, brother. Do your thing, man.
I appreciate you, brother.
All right, later.
Yeah, man. You know I appreciate y'all, man. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. This shit is ill. They talk on the phone like they're not in a RICO. All of them. You know, when you in a situation and you locked up, you can't explain yourself. You can't get on the phone and express yourself. But these dudes is getting on the phone expressing themselves as if it's cool. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. Station name, where you calling in from? Sonny from Texas. What's going on, my guy?
Nothing much, man. I'm just tapping in with you, D's. I got a message for Luce Cannon. Hey, Luce, man. The only thing around here loose is your bitch right now, man. She getting real loose out here, Luce.
Yeah.
She getting weak at the knees, nigga. That thing over there jumping. It's only a matter of time for Adam over there teabagging your bitch, bro. It's only a matter of time. These ain't lie to you, man. She about to make a plug talk debut.
It's coming.
Yeah, you know, she remember she was on the phone treating his ass. She told him, she made it clear. She said, hey, this is my body. Yeah, she already broke it to you low key, Luce. That bodyguard over there body slamming your bitch, bro.
Yeah.
That's what's going on right now. You Luce, you're done. You're finished, boy. Listen, Luce, you're gonna be a senior citizen. Listen, Luce, you're gonna be able to file for SSI by the time you see the light of day again. Nigga, you already 42. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better do your best bet. You better do like the nigga said in training day. You know what I mean? Pack some peanut butter in your ass. Next time you go to court, you dig in there and start eating the shit. Tell them you got a shot in the head and your shit ain't clicking right, nigga. Yeah, plead insanity, nigga. That's your best motherfucking chance. And you know, that's ironic too, cause you always trying to make a mockery of Munchie B. You know, now look what you gonna have to resort to. It's either that or go tell something, nigga. Yeah, go tell something. Hey, I got a question. How many days till trial, man?
They go to trial. Luce trial start the 19th, so shit, that's like 3 weeks.
Yeah, Luce, you better think fast, nigga. Yeah, you better put your chessboard out, boy. Cause right now they seasoning you up real good. You know what I mean? They about to dip your ass in that egg wash and that flour. Then they gonna fry your motherfucking ass, nigga. Yeah, they gonna pull you out, double dip that thing, and cook you all the way through. You hear me? Better stop playing out here, nigga.
It's getting real right now.
Appreciate you letting me tap in, bro.
Appreciate you too, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that shit's ill. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Luce think it's a game, and they listening to all the calls, man. You know, like I said, the nigga went on his channel, talked about extorting Dale, with Dale on the phone, though. Like, that's just dumb. He went on his channel, dropped the audio about him extorting Dale with Dale on the phone, and Adam asked him, didn't you extort the guy? Didn't you rob the dispensary? He said, no, you know I ain't do that. Yeah, all right. When the jury of his peers listens to that shit, right? You hear me? When the jury of his peers listens to that shit of him talking to Dale, talking about he robbed him, he extorted him, and you know, Big U put him up to the shit. It's like all the evidence is there. Ain't no you saying I'm lying and the witnesses saying that you did it. That shit don't work like that. You done told everybody that you did this shit. The witnesses saying you did it. Now you gonna say you lying? That shit don't even sound right. He said the prosecution can't keep up. Got her working overtime. Shit crazy. The prosecution just jotting it down. They copy and paste it. They taking the shit offline and putting it to the file. They downloading the shit. Dudes is crazy. You know what I'm saying? You said laugh up, last of DZ Adam asked that because he told to him or Wack. Yeah, he said that at No Jumper. You know, he told Adam the story at No Jumper. He told No Jumper how they was doing shit for Big U. How Big U would sit in the car and, you know what I'm saying, how they do shit. So now that you in the hot seat, it's like they lie so much, you really think that from you telling the truth that you gonna be able to lie and say it's a lie. Like, she don't understand yet though, you know what I'm saying? They gonna learn the hard way and wish that they wasn't so gung-ho about content. You know, they was gung-ho about this content. Got out there and incriminated themselves consistently. And they gonna have to, you know, answer to that. It's going down any day now. Justice for Marciano. You already know. It's going down. Jumper is going to be a witness. You know it. Adam definitely going to be a witness. Straight up. You know that. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Yeah, I watch the show every day, Brody. I just got a couple things I want to say, man. I was watching a video yesterday morning on this nigga Wack 100. He caught a case in Texas, and the feds ran up in his house. This guy was saying, and at this time, they found guns in his house, man. And you already know what happens after that. He made a deal with the feds, man. Sure did. Then he said his case got dismissed. It didn't. Only reason why his case got dismissed is in Texas, if you get caught with a gun, You can go to jail, or you can get dismissed and become an informant who provides viable information. So he did do that. He been new Luce Cannon since 2015, man. And that is so crazy. So yeah, he the feds, man. He got pulled over and they ran up in his house while he was gone, and he became an informant, man. So he is working for him. You hit everything dead on the nose, bro. He is the feds. He been the feds, and he gonna go down. So I appreciate everything you doing for us, man. God bless you, and you keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Always.
Yeah. And you know, the shit is out there, you know. And I think like they ain't put the pressure on the other jokers yet, letting them still feel comfortable while they collect more evidence. That's all they doing. They letting the people collect more evidence because everybody's so comfortable. You know, Luce Cannon locked up on a RICO and all he concerned about is content. This nigga ain't been to the law library one time. Even though him going to the law library ain't gonna help, but he ain't been to the law library one time. Nigga ain't worried about the case, ain't thinking about nothing to do with the case. All he concerned with is content. That's what's crazy. Nigga, shit, your life on the line and all you worried about is content. That's a disorder right there. You know what I'm saying? Something going on with him up top, but the shit gonna register now. Wack at war with him too. What? Wack ready go hard. I'm telling y'all this right now. She just said Wack broke. She said the 8-month-old baby got more money than Wack. She talking slick. What? Wack ain't letting that slide. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. Wack is not letting that slide, man. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. That's one thing I'm telling you. Wack is not letting that slide. So you can expect to see Wack going hard and starting to pull out some shit that he gonna want to reveal about her. And then he gonna be talking about Luce too, you know, because he trying to make sure that he shift the blame of that situation outside of no jumper. He is trying to make sure, and I'm telling you, he already gave a statement. You know, he gave a statement when he called in here. So he done gave a statement to them people, and now, you know, he trying to make it like he feared for his life. You know, I see the whole play. He trying to make it like he feared for his life so that he got to find an angle to cover himself in this. You know, nigga trying to make it like whereas though what happened outside of there, he was in fear for Luce Cannon and the crew. This is why this happened and he didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot that's going to come out. But the case is sealed. And we're going to see if the case go to trial in 3 weeks. You know, they might get real crafty, come with a superseding indictment for the shit outside of no jumper. So, you know, these dudes think it's a game on that phone. You know, Big U, we don't hear him on social media, but them niggas is calling home talking. You know what I'm saying? Your shit's monitored. Like, the process has started. You should have talked everything you needed to talk out with your family while you was out, before you went and turn yourself in. But you know, once you going in to turn yourself in, nigga, ain't no more talking. You got to sit there and fight. You know what I'm saying? They reading your mail. They listening to your call. Like, they want to catch you up. And like, people don't understand, you know, all that tough shit on the street. When you go to the jail, they design it where they got it, where they monitor everything. They want to make sure that they know everything and that they get you to incriminate yourself. This shit's designed, man. But you know, niggas gotta learn the hard way, man. And I guarantee you, when the shit kick in and Luce understand that them people ain't playing, he gonna fall apart. Cause the broad is gonna roll. Like, ain't nobody staying there for no 20 years and shit like that. And by him, you know, being on the phone and her saying you wouldn't be acting like that if Luce was home, you basically saying that Luce is feared. Like, she don't know how much she hurt that man, if we being real. Like, for content though. Like, and you can't tell a jury of your peers that you saying you wouldn't be acting like this if he was home is a play. That shit don't work. Fuck you gonna tell a jury of your peers that if he was home, people wouldn't be acting like that as a play. No, that's an intimidation tactic. That's installing fear in people. So if you gonna install fear in people, you can't act like this was just a game. Ain't nobody going for that shit. I'ma just be real. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mary, that's the feds, Mary. That ain't the state. That ain't the local. That ain't the local shit. That's the feds. The feds is not. They not letting that slip. Hell no. That's why they took their time. And you know, Wack made the move he made. Like, for real. So, and I'm hoping Wack call and put the news out over here at SBGB TV, man. Let everybody know you working, man. Call us so we can put that shit out, because I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? I already know you working. I'm hoping he call and like, yo, fuck it, man. I don't care. Because you didn't, when we heard him yesterday, right, of him saying he don't care about power rules, he don't care about Bloods, Crips, none of that shit. He fucked niggas over. What? That one was ill. I ain't even gonna lie. When I heard him say that, I said, oh yeah, Wack ready to tell. He ready to let everybody know he telling though now. We already know he telling, but he ready to let everybody know. Like, yo, that shit there. He was like, yo, y'all ready to make me, you know, snap. You know, that psycho schizophrenic shit was coming up out of him yesterday on that academic live. So we gonna see though. And you know, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me. You hear me? He said it's the system regardless. Take Wack ass too. If they don't, we all knew. Damn right we know Wack working. Straight up. You know, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Y'all in the chat, hit that like button for me. I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know we go hard in the paint. Wack know it's coming out in the trial. Yeah, he know it's coming out. Nehemiah. Yeah. Wack know it's coming out in the trial. Wack know this shit sealed. And, you know, we heard Wack on somebody live. Oh, matter of fact, that was on Action. He said that on Action, like, what was that, like last week? He said, man, I know more than I done said. He said, I know more than I said. Like, hold up. We know you know. You know what I'm saying? You was a part of this shit. You know? Wack was having meetings. Like, Wack was literally having meetings, man, with them people about this shit. Because this case was so heavy, they was having Wack meet about this shit. I can already see it. Like, I can visualize the shit because how it all went. Knew it from the door, he lined Luce up. And them people was used Wack as a valuable player. Like, we need you to get this done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm saying? But, you know, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. Share this video. Y'all know we going all the way up. We ain't stopping. And y'all know we go hard. I appreciate y'all. Everybody rocking with me. Facts. And make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Y'all know we gonna be coming back in a few hours. I gotta get back on my double lives. So, you know, today we gonna hit another live early. You know, I had to take a couple days. I tried to hit me a live in, you know, earlier yesterday, but I was moving around and the service was acting fucked up. So, you know, we gonna do the live. We gonna be put this round. But I appreciate all y'all. You know, you said we should all show up to the court. We should all show up to the courthouse wearing Justice for Marciano shirt. Okay, MX Laker girl, let's do it. Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it. J Rip Advisory, what's happening? Yeah. Ghost Inglewood. Mary, he put it on the bureau. LOL that way. Shit, Mary, you gonna have to fly out, Mary. You don't live in Cali, you gotta fly out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. RM, my guy. You know, I appreciate y'all. Everybody that rock with me, you hear me? Mary, Go Singlewood, Big Steve B&B. You know what I'm saying? MX Laker Girl, Nehemiah Creations, J Rip Advisory. You know, all the people that rock with me, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know we going in non-stop. We putting that work in too. Yeah. RM said, I'm gonna hitchhike to Cali. We gotta get there. He said, I'm gonna send DZ. I picked with my shit. Okay, send it to me, Mary. He said, Mary, I don't either. I'm taking a day off. Road trip all the way to LA. Holy Mayor Sky. Yeah. Mary Banks. Miss Mary. Miss Mary. He said he exposed himself and didn't even realize. Dumb. Straight goofy. Adam asked him, yo, you robbed the dispensary, right? You extorted him, right? Now that was ill. He said, you robbed the dispensary. You extorted him, right? He said, oh, Adam, I ain't extorting nobody, man. You already said that shit. Ain't no taking it back. It's over. Ain't no fucking taking it back, man. But yeah, man, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video, man. Your boy DZ appreciate all y'all. Y'all know what it is. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.